R&B crunk too, bitch.
What up? Yeah.
What's really good?
It's your boy back for another one. All day, all motherfucking night. R&B crunk too.
You know it.
It's your boy Brayvon. I ain't getting older, my nigga. I'm just getting better. I don't know what somebody told y'all.
Motherfucking
It is what it is. I'm about to go in, my nigga.
Go in on these niggas. Let them know what the fuck is going on.
It's the return of the VA R&B crunk magician. Do it like no other microphone technician. I shine like the diamonds in my ear, straight glisten from the bottom to the top. Real nigga on a mission. These hating niggas deep down wanna be me, but I could give a damn until they step up talking greasy. The most intelligent move is for them to be easy. My hands come with a manual, my nigga, please believe me. Money is the time and time is the money. I'm a paper chasing nigga, they ain't taking shit from me. 100 after 100, the feeling is very lovely. Only top-notch hoes with the top-notch bubbly. It's just me doing what I do best. I'm on another level and I'll educate the rest. This experience is greatness, expect nothing less. I'm a motherfucking man, y'all just on mama's breast.
It's just me. This is what I do. It's just me. This is what I do.
Okay.
It's just me. This is what I do. Tell them niggas stand up.
Stand up.
R&B crunk too. It's just me. This is what I do. It's just me. This is what I do.
Okay.
It's just me. This is what I do. Tell them niggas stand up. R&B crunk.
We got money going everywhere, flooring to the chandelier. Any given moment, bitches coming out they underwear. Yeah, I'm still a vocalist, something I will never diss. The R&B is holy to me, like an evangelist. Yet and still, the game is versatility. Gangster to the core, but can be as smooth as Billy D. Hating ass niggas only bringing out the best in me. Bang the beat like a chick, cause I love the chemistry. You see the fire in my eyes. I'm gonna turn my city to a fucking enterprise. A savage with the music till I am a millionaire. Anybody thinking different can kiss on my derriere. Go! I'm on my high price shit. That famous getting money, nigga, like Mike shit. That go and hit the dealership and spin the fucking grip with a bag full of bitches like I emptied out a clip.
It's just me. This is what I do. It's just me. This is what I do.
Okay.
It's just me. This is what I do. Tell them niggas stand up.
Stand up.
R&B crunk too. It's just me. This is what I do, my nigga. It's just me. This is what I do.
Okay.
It's just me. This is what I do. Tell them niggas stand up.
Stand up.
R&B crunk too. Y'all niggas ain't got no idea what's going on over here. Doing our thing, man. 804 stand up. Hot Spring stand the fuck up. My spot, and I ain't giving that shit up to nobody. Nobody except for my kids. Feel me?
You want my spot flash? Huh? Well, you ain't gon' get it, cause you ain't.
All right. You want my spot flash? Boy, 5 heartbeat reference. What's up? How's everybody doing? I'm shiny. I'm shining tonight. What's going on, people? It's Friday. We made it. It's your boy Brandon Brayvon Towns. It's Sports Plus Life talking ish. You heard me? We made it, you guys. And yo, what up, coach? What's going on with you? And even better, for most of the kids in this area, they got a day off today. They had no school. Snow day, you know, so that's a fun day for them. That's what's up. I did not have to drive the bus today. Did go to the daycare though. Went to the daycare because you know, to help out. Went to the daycare to help out, and I was under the weather earlier in the week, and I missed the day from the daycare. Matter of fact, I missed 2. So I wanted to make up some time. So yeah, day off for you too, and that's what it is. That's what it is. But good news, my bro is back at the crib, out the hospital, everything all good. So just wanted to throw that out there. I never said a name because I ain't putting the BI out like that. Yes, but I was definitely in my thoughts and in my prayers. So, but yeah, day off from school, day off from work for real, because when me and London went to the daycare, and she had a ball. She was out there getting into snowball fights. I was out there getting into snowball fights. So it was all good. But today, I'm going live. I went live today at 8 instead of 9 because this is going to be a long show. This is going to be a long show. This is going to be a heavy show. It's going to be a fun show. You know, no matter how serious I get, you know, I always bring it back. And so I needed, because I may be on here for 4 hours. I may be on the show today for 4 hours. What are we going to talk about today? We're going to react to the Thursday night football game. Hey, Cowboy fans. Y'all starting to walk with the chest out. Cowboy fans are starting to walk with the chest out. Then what happened? Detroit said, pow, pow, pow. Talk about that. I'll give my predictions for the rest of the week as well. And then remember on Tuesday, I started watching this Dr. Sabi video. I said I was going to continue that into today. I was not lying. We're going to do that. And also, we're going to have this a debate reaction. We're going to have a debate reaction. We're going to watch the video, react as we go along. Now, I like this brother. He's a bit, I mean, he's blunt, he's direct. This brother Marquette, he was the one who offered to buy half of Dr. Umar's school. So Dr. Umar could still have some ownership. Again, he debated this guy named Myson, the general, a rapper / activist from New York. I watched half of it. I haven't watched the whole thing. This debate is heavy. It talks about SNAP benefits in the Black community, masculinity, men, women in the Black community, and what up, Lomar? What's going on? And this is heavy, like I said. But y'all know, no matter how serious we get on here, you know I'm going to always bring it back. You know, horsehair going to belong on the horse's ass, or we going to have one wish or something, maybe even jump into the conspiracy theory file. You never know. But yeah, so I've been home since about 2:30. Yeah. I've been home since about 2:30. Actually took a nap. Bro, I haven't taken a nap in midday in forever. I couldn't believe it. I didn't think I'd actually fall asleep. But after I fixed Roman lunch, because London was with me, yeah, we shining today. We shining. We are. After London ate lunch, because London ate lunch at the daycare. And so when I fixed Roman lunch, I ended up laying on the couch and I fell asleep for a good 2 hours. I was shocked. I was stunned. I was like, wait a minute, I don't take fucking naps. So that's cool. But tomorrow, once again, free publicity. The Dominion Christmas Parade is tomorrow, 10 o'clock. 10 to 12 on Broad Street. And check this out. Tomorrow, I got to show y'all this shit so y'all believe it. Tomorrow, finally, Roman starts work. Tomorrow, my boy starts work. Finally, yes, finally, my boy starts his job. Yes. Look at this. That is name badge right there, boy. That is name badge. You know, that's his name badge. He got a uniform, all that stuff. Is he happy about it? Not really. Not really. But he wanted that Nintendo Switch too. So it's time. Let's get it. So I told Roman, I said, don't worry. You know, we'll still go to the parade. We'll still have lunch. And then after that, I'm going to bring you home, get you dressed in your work uniform, and drop you off at 4 o'clock. Yes. Because, and actually that evening, we got some, I'm doing, he'll be happy when he get that switch. That's right. And he'll be happy when he get them checks weekly. But tomorrow evening, when he gets off, we're going to have some father, son, daughter time, because we're going to call me corny if you want. I don't care. After we eat dinner, we're going to we all have matching pajamas. We have matching pajamas. And we're going to make some hot chocolate with marshmallows. And we're going to watch a couple of Christmas movies. Yes, we're going to do that. We are. We're going to do that. And I've been real excited about it. I am. I've been real excited about it. My kids are looking forward to it. But it was funny is that when I picked Roman up from Publix yesterday and he bought out them two, hey boo-boo, hey sugar, and Roman bought out those two, Publix uniform shirts, I was like, oh, and I was like, boy, you gonna go to work, you're gonna start getting your money. I'm like, man, I can't wait. He's sitting there like this. I'm like, you better sit here and stop getting an attitude. I said, you better lose your attitude about making money. I'm like, you about to start making your own money, son. I'm like, son, you're about to start making your own money. I said, and that's a wonderful thing. I said, you're 14 years old. You're an honor roll student. You have a job. You're about to be making your own money. I said, boy, you the shit right now. You the shit right now. He ain't trying to hear that shit. He won't try to hear that shit. All he want to hear is this. Sorry, get your ass up out of here. You're going to go to work tomorrow. Anyway, Thursday night football. Let me turn on some highlight music. Yeah, even though I ain't about to show no highlights. That boy, he was not trying to hear that shit. Not at all. Oh, well. There we go. It's got a little swag on it there. Yeah, I got a little swag on it there. Yeah. Thursday night football. Who did I pick to win the game on Tuesday? Who did I pick to win the goddamn game on Tuesday? I picked the Dallas Cowboys to win the game. And I put that juju on them. Yes, I did. How about them Cowboys? Now, oh yeah. That's right. Marion, hey boo, how you doing? Huh? Yes, I picked the Cowboys to win the game. I was talking shit on the chat, and I said, I had to tell my boy Marcus, I had to tell Eddie. I said, my bad. It's my fault that y'all lost because I picked y'all to win. I said I picked y'all to win because I figured that would be the psychological fuck up that y'all never knew happened to you. And what happened? You bitches went out and got smoked. The Detroit Lions beat the Cowboys 44-30. Jahmyr Gibbs for the 2025 season, top 3 running back. Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs. And there is a world that exists, and I hope this world does not exist, where all 3 of those running backs, Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, are not in the playoffs. That world exists. And now Bijan Robinson with the Falcons, he ain't going no fucking where. But Jahmyr Gibbs is special. He is special. And he had 3 rushing touchdowns. Jared Goff threw for over 300 yards, got a touchdown. The Detroit defense, even though Dallas scored 30 points, at one point that game was 27-9. And Dak did what Dak usually does when they're getting blown out. He get those empty calories. He get those empty stats, them yak yards that ultimately mean nothing. The defense was trash. George Pickens, a lot of criticism saying that he wasn't giving as much effort on the on his route running. So that may be very true. But be that as it may, you know, a lot of motherfucking heat was coming from that chat line about them damn Dallas Cowboys. And now, mind you, I was not mad at all that they beat the Kansas City Chiefs on Thanksgiving. Not at all. Hampton, am I lying? Was I mad even a little bit that the Cowboys beat the Chiefs? I was sitting there laughing my ass off. It was some bad calls, but I was sitting there with sore ass feet watching the Cowboys beat the Chiefs. Thank you. You didn't do us no favors, but thank you. But then here they come. Oh, we've won 3 straight. Bitch, the Broncos have won 9 straight. Oh, we beat the Eagles and the Chiefs, both teams that was in the Super Bowl last year. Bitch, the Broncos did that already. Oh, we them boys. Shut the fuck up. Do you realize a Pittsburgh Steelers fan made that song, you idiots? So they're saying, well, the Cowboys can still make the playoffs. Well, mathematically, you're correct. But as I was explaining to my uncle this morning, it would take a miracle. It would take a Philadelphia Eagles utter collapse. The Eagles would have to collapse because Dallas is 6-1. Okay, average. Okay, no problem. The issue is the Dallas Cowboys could win out. They have 4 games, very winnable. They got the Vikings next. I think they're gonna beat the Vikings. I'm gonna pick them to win again. They should win that game though. They should win out. They could win the rest of their 4 games and finish 10-6-1. Guess what? Unless the Eagles collapse, you're probably still not getting in the playoffs. Why? Because Rams, Seahawks, 49ers, that's 3 teams in one division, all have 9 wins. Bears have 9 wins. Packers 8-3-1. Lions 8-5. Panthers 7-6. Bucks 7-5. Why do I name those 2 teams? Well, somebody's got to win the NFC South. That's between the Bucks and the Panthers. And the tiebreaker situation. Dallas has head-to-head losses against the Panthers, the Bears, and the Lions. Oh my. So, you know what I'm saying? You know, you can finish 10-6-1 and be at home like I expect you to be. So, we don't. I'll shut the fuck up. Anyway, now, let me make my predictions before Talking Ish gets fun. Who we got here? Oh, I was wrong when I picked the Cowboys. I'll take that L. I will take that L. Seattle versus Atlanta. Man, I ain't picking the Falcons to do shit. Seattle's going to win that game. Cincinnati versus Buffalo. Ooh. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say Cincinnati's going to win. Tennessee at Cleveland. Damn. The goddamn motherfucker, you suck, bro. I'm going to pick Cleveland. Why not? Washington at Minnesota. Oh, God. Ah, gosh. That stinks. I'll pick Washington, I guess. Miami at the Jets. Gosh. Another one that sucks. I'm going to pick the Jets. Yep, I'm picking Jets. New Orleans at Tampa. I'm going to go Tampa. Indianapolis at Jacksonville. Ooh, the now first place Jacksonville Jaguars. The winner of this game has first place in the NFC South. I think Indianapolis is free falling. I'm going with Jacksonville. Pittsburgh at Baltimore. The winner of this game will be in first place in the AFC North. I'll go with Baltimore. Denver at the Raiders. We better beat the motherfucking Raiders. Chicago at Green Bay. The Bears have won 9 of the last 10. They're in first place. They're the number 1 seed in the NFC. And they're going to Packerland. I think this spot may be a little too big for the Bears. I'm going with the Packers. Rams at Cardinals. Oh, Rams. Houston at Kansas City. Should I go with my heart or should I go with my head? Because my heart wants Kansas City to get throttled and beat badly. My head wants Kansas City to get throttled and beat badly. I'm going to go with the Texans. Philly at the Chargers. Ooh, Philadelphia need this. Chargers need it too. I'm going with the Eagles. And Philly, you better bounce back, motherfuckers. Shit. All right, college football. Can't forget this. Conference championship week. Big week. Big week. I think this is the week they will determine who goes to the college football playoffs. The ACC championship game. The Virginia Cavaliers. I believe for them, it's a scenario simple. Win, they're 10-2. Win in the ACC, I believe they're in the college football playoffs. Another big bowl game, Alabama versus Georgia. That's always a big game for the SEC championship. And then you have number 1 team in the nation, defending champion Ohio State versus the number 2 team in the nation, Heisman Trophy favorite Indiana, quarterback Mendoza. These are some good games. So I'm going to have a lot of DVR to do because I'm going to be at this parade early in the morning. I'm going to be at this parade, but even when we leave, because we're going to have lunch tomorrow out, and then I do have to get Roman. I got to get Roman some dress pants and some new dress shoes because he's outgrown them because his Christmas concert is next week. I'm excited about that as well. So I'm gonna have some DVR to do because those games they're must see. They are must see to see. Now, okay, this is Friday, y'all. This is Sports Plus Life Talking Ish. Yes, the F it is. It's what we do on Fridays. It's what we do on Fridays. Y'all know it. And we're going to pick up where we left off with the Dr. Sebi documentary. Remember, Dr. Sebi was an herbalist who had the cure for a lot of, who found cures, allegedly, for a lot of life-threatening diseases like cancer, AIDS, sickle cell, things of that nature. And people try to rebuke him. And I believe truly in America, it was for the love of money. And again, how healthy people it is not financially a good thing for this glutton, greedy, grimy country known as America. I'm just saying, because lots of things, again, if you're healthy, if everybody's healthy, that you're losing a lot of money. And the money is in the medicine that they give you, even though the cure for all these diseases are in the earth, particularly in the continent of Africa, where that is a healing place. So let's get on to this first.
Dr. Sebi was able to provide over 70 witnesses. He was not taken to court to prove he cured AIDS, but many say he still did so within this trial because his witnesses presented verified medical documents proving they had been healed after they said they sought Sebi's help. After hours of questioning and testing Dr. Sebi's compounds, he was found not guilty because his products were essentially food and he was not diagnosing patients. Dr. Sebi took on the Attorney General and won.
Not only did I prove scientifically, but I had the diagnostic sheets, and I do have them today. And those diagnostic sheets didn't come from me. They came from their school, their American accredited medical accredited school.
When you look at the court documents, it says Dr. Sebi, Alfredo Bowman, which is my father, my aunt Bowman, and Fig Tree Products. That's what was proven in court. You know what I mean? That's what won court. They sent that to Lancaster Laboratories, and it was proven as electric cell food. That's why if you look at the fig tree, we call it electric cell food. That's what's been proven in court.
The man known as Dr. Sebi claims to have found the cure for several life-threatening diseases, including AIDS. Too good to be true? Well, you be the judge. The lump in Myrtle Rick's left breast is gone.
I haven't had any symptoms or problems, anything.
Sabrina Peterson's son no longer disabled by sickle cell anemia.
He has a lot of energy. I have to make him rest.
Disease is cured by this man. His name is Dr. Sebi, but you won't find a medical degree hanging from his wall. Instead, a certificate of healing.
How did Dr. Sebi say he was healing people of these incurable diseases? The basis behind his approach is cleaning the body of excess mucus, which is believed to be the root of all disease. Sebi stated, "Our research reveals that all manifestation of disease finds its genesis when mucous membrane has been compromised. For example, if there is excess mucus in the bronchial tubes, the disease is bronchitis. In the joints, arthritis." Basically, he believed disease will arise in the body when there is an overaccumulation of this stagnant toxin. He said acid creates toxic mucus and congests the system, leading to inflammation. Sebi preached an alkaline diet will do the opposite and support vitality.
My approach is an
Okay, let's look at that diet.
Creates toxic mucus and congests the system, leading to inflammation. Sebi preached an alkaline diet.
Okay. Well, for starters, if you have over 70 patients that you can bring to court with you to say that you have cured them of X, Y, and Z diseases, then you've cured them of X, Y, and Z diseases. You know, like I said, again, instead of embracing that and bringing that to make the general population, not just of America, not just for America, but for the world in general, his methods and his diets should still be used worldwide. But let's see. Vegetables. Greens, same as caladu, a variety of Spanish, avocado, bell peppers. I ain't gonna eat no damn squash. I'm sorry. Cucumber, dandelion greens. Wow. Kale, lettuce, all except iceberg. Damn. And that's the lettuce I be buying. Iceberg lettuce. Son of a bitch. Olives, onions, sea vegetables, tomatoes, turnip greens, zucchini. Now, fruits, no canned or seedless fruits. That makes sense. Apples, bananas. Smallest one, okay. Berries, all varieties. Cantaloupe, cherries, figs, grapes, seeded grapes, limes, mango, melons, seeded. So basically everything that's natural from the earth. Well, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
Diet will do the opposite and support vitality.
My approach is an intracellular cleansing. You have people eating hog, potatoes,
guilty,
rice and beans.
Guilty.
But if we take this substance to a biochemist, he's not going to find any food in any of these substances.
If something is of usefulness in my structure, in my biological structure, it must necessarily be electrical. And the only substance that is electrical are those substances that come from the forest we call the jungle. Because the molecular structure is complete, it's not broken.
How I found out that black people should be vegetarians, because when I begin to remove you from that meat and that stuff, that grease, you begin to say in 1 week, how the pain that you had for years begin to disappear.
His family claims for 30 years he reversed a range of incurable ailments using his compounds and his nutritional approach. He also claimed to cure blindness. He shared this story during one of his speeches.
Young man, I said, yes, sir. I heard that you've been experimenting with herbs. He said, yes. Well, I'm blind. I'm blind for 10, 11 years. Could you help me? I said, I'll try. If you make me see, I give you $1 million. I gave the man the substance. When am I going to see? I said, by Friday. Now, why did I select Friday until this day? I don't know. But I was so sure of myself. But how could a boy that didn't go to school be so sure of himself? The man went home with the medicine. And the Wednesday, good morning, young man. I raised my right hand. He said, you raise your right hand. I winked my left eye. He said, you wink your left eye. I said, the man is seeing. At that point of my journey, I couldn't explain that. I know it's a bunch of herbs that cleanse the man's body, but they were all alkali plants.
He also said he was able to heal people of mental illness, something.
Now, again, what brought me to this video on Tuesday was early in the morning watching ESPN, as I do every morning. This is the week where ESPN does this thing called the V Foundation. It is a foundation in honor of the late NC State coach Jimmy Valvano, who won the 1983 NCAA championship, maybe the most dramatic finish, or one of them, of all time. And he died of cancer. And they try to raise money every year for the V Foundation. And what made me go to this information is because I've known about this information probably for the last 15 years. And there was always this story that this man had patients that he could prove that he cured of life-threatening diseases like cancer. So my issue is that, and the United States has known about this for the last 40 years. So my issue was that, why are you trying to get money from people for something that where if you follow this structure where there's a pattern, albeit a diet, whatever, there is something that exists that can cure this, allegedly. But this man has documentation. He has patients that he can prove that he cured these life-threatening diseases. And you know this, and you've known this for decades, yet you still want people, yet you still try to throw the sob story of, we need all the money you can get for the research. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. That's what I call on that. Bullshit.
He himself struggled with.
I became very sick. I was angry. I want to blow my brains out. I want to kill my wife. And she was the sweetest woman in the world. Why I want to kill her? Because I was sick. You could be offering and deploying things that are hurtful to others and you're totally unaware. I was in what you call a psychiatric ward, schizophrenic and paranoia. Later to walk out of it, to heal that. Every disease begins right here. I mean, right here. I don't care if you're blind or if you're insane. It's right here. That acid state influences the brain and the central nerve system. It changes the image in your eyes. You do not see with your eyes. Your eyes is only the lens that the brain looks through. And what the brain sees is what you're gonna see. I had a lady from Mexico, and that lady would say, no, don't let them take me. No. And there was nobody there. I made an extract from the Cascara Sagrada. She said that when she went to the bathroom upon taking the Cascara Sagrada extract, she looked in the commode and she saw some berries that she ate 12 years prior.
That's crazy.
They were large and they became molded and sent off that negative message. Again, the mucous membrane in the intestine were compromised. She no longer crazy.
His wife Ma'a gave him the name Sabi, and locals began calling him doctor after they saw him heal fatal illnesses.
There was a little boy that was dying. It was his spleen, but nobody knew it was his spleen. And he lay there and he was like 5 years old. This is Dominica again. Mm-hmm. And so he was laying there and he could hardly walk. And the doctors had said he was going to die. And so we gave him the herbs and he was up and around. When people are healed, everybody is Dr. Sabi, Dr. Sabi.
because of the act that he's performing. You're helping someone to achieve wellness. And so in that act, one identifies it with a doctor. So they begin to call him that.
Dr. Sebi not only wanted to heal people of their ailments, he also wanted everyone to truly love themselves.
He brought more than just, okay, take these herbs and you're healed. You felt what you feel when you listen to Sebi, you feel good about yourself and you feel strong. And it was the healing of the nation. It is the healing of the nation because that's the other part of the healing, for us to have that self-worth, that self-confidence.
The love that's going to secure you through life is the love that you offer yourself. These are the things that we need to cultivate, not the dependency of another. Why should you be dependent on me for love? On yourself. That love that you have for you, that love would never die.
Dr. Sebi.
I truly do believe that if you love yourself, you got to take care of yourself. And sometimes it's hard. Lord knows I am walking testament to it, you know. And when I say that, it's just that some things that have happened to me, you know, I don't always take them, you know, even though they happen, I don't always take it seriously. And as I get older, I realize, I know that I need to stop doing that. You know, I need to stop doing that because I'm not a spring chicken anymore, and I'm not invincible. I'm not immortal, that this shit can't get real. I'm just saying. So yes, you gotta love yourself. Take care of yourself.
He created Usha Healing Village, where hundreds of people have traveled to receive healing of their ailments. This village is located in Honduras, Central America, and is named after one of his oldest daughters.
The Usha Village was opened right after the court case. You know, my father had his court case in 1988. And then right after that, you know, we went out there, my mother, my father, you know, the whole family, and he founded the Usha Village. And we didn't take out loans for that. That was funded directly out of his pocket, out of the Fig Tree's pocket. No, we're not involved in the Usha Village at all. That's something that's definitely important to clarify to people, because that's being ran by my father's ex-business partners, which reside out in Los Angeles, which operate, you know, a different entity.
Dr. Sebi's work was well respected in entertainment circles, with clients including the late Lisa Left Eye Lopez, John Travolta, Eddie Murphy, Michael Jackson, and Nipsey Hussle.
I take his products for sure. I'm working on doing a documentary on the trial in 1985.
Oh Lord, see. It's just very. What is the coincidence that people who who have taken Dr. Sebi's treatment, has done his diet, whatever, who have been helped by Dr. Sebi, public figures who have a voice and have a platform that people will listen to, how crazy is it that when they take his products, when they get his help, something happened to them? Some conspiracy theorists believe he was killed for producing his documentary that would inform the world of Dr. Sebi's cures. Nipsey's family rejects.
How did Lisa Left Eye Lopez discover Dr. Sebi?
You know, I just could not believe that there was not a cure for, I don't care what disease, especially AIDS. I could not believe it. And about a week later, I was in the studio talking to a producer friend of mine named Michael Anthony, and he just decided to tell me about a man that he knew who had the cure, and the man was Dr. Sebi.
Lisa traveled to the Usha village in Honduras and later shared her story with MTV.
In the tiny village, Lisa sought guidance for body and soul from an herbal guru named Dr. Sebi.
Dr. Sebi, you know, according to him, can cure anything. Everything from trying to lose weight to, you know, looking for a cure for AIDS. People go there with hopes and dreams that Dr. Sebi can somehow save them.
She had been through so many intense problems in her career and in her life and in her personal life that she didn't know where to turn. And this doctor, she said, had shown her how to really open up and cleanse all of the negativity out of her.
She told me she was suffering with alcoholism and that she was smoking excessively, cigarettes, drinking and smoking. She asked me, what do I need to do to stay on the side of peace? I said, fast, do what Jesus did. She said, what did Jesus do? He fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. At the ending of the fasting, she came to me. I heard the door opening at 2 o'clock in the morning. She said, I completed my fast this morning. I said, what did you see? I saw God. She said, I'm going to make you famous. I said, how? Because I'm going to talk about you. Does everyone know you cure AIDS and cancer?
There's just a lot of people in the world who are suffering. They're sick. They're not happy. They're looking for answers. They don't know where to turn. Well, I know a man who's been curing AIDS since 1987. This guy has taught me a lot, and I need to share my knowledge, with the world.
Mm-hmm. Do you really think this is a coincidence? Now, see, I didn't know all of this. This is all news to me. I didn't know that Nipsey Hussle and Left Eye went to seek help from Dr. Sebi. I did not know that. But again, these higher ups probably hear this stuff and they look at the platform that these people have and they say, oh my gosh, the secret's about to be out on a more grand scale. And they say, well, that can't happen. And they look at somebody like Dr. Sebi and be like, he's the problem. Or his methods are the problem, when really his methods are the solution to a healthy, happy life. And we, as a society, particularly in America, can't have that because that fucks up the money train. And to me, that's just sick. Any cancer, AIDS, research, stuff like that I see on TV here, I'm like, It's to me, it's almost a damn scam. Because you have had people, famous people, regular people, tell you that there's a person, there is a method out there to help you. But again, for the love of money, it's evil.
Sebi also claimed to have healed Michael Jackson.
What I did for him was this. I gave Michael an intracellular chelation. He was full of a whole lot of drugs, the pharmaceutical drugs. Yeah. Couldn't sleep. Yeah. His nerve was shattered. So I began treating him. Yeah. And at the ending of the period, he was doing good and I left. I was with him from February until September. At the ending of September, I told him, I'm leaving. He said, don't leave me. I said, why? He said, I want you by my side, but I have a business to build.
He also said he helped Steven Seagal.
You know what this is like? When Steven Seagal tells me to come to his house because he had a headache for 5 years. Well, I knew why the headache was in his head. It was removed in less than 10 minutes. He had the bottle and said, this bottle is powerful.
Many people have criticized Sebi, calling him a fraud, quack, and scam artist.
I don't think I'm the only person that wouldn't take advice from someone who was in a mental hospital from schizophrenia and paranoia. If we actually hear what he has to say, things become a bit wacky.
Glucose is the underlying enemy. Whenever you indulge in glucose, it would be difficult to lose fat.
Is that why nearly every cell in the body uses glucose for energy? The man is 120 pounds at 6'2", has clearly been depriving himself of both calories and nutrition, and he's literally knocking on death's door right here.
He's not a doctor. He was simply a fraudulent individual with no education who took advantage of scientifically illiterate and impressionable people. The first ridiculous claim that I will address is that germs don't exist.
This is the Supreme Court of the United States. The judge said, what did you say?
I said, there is no such thing as a germ, a virus, or a bacteria. Then what is it? I said, man, it is a microbe that is generated in the body when erosion begins. If I take a very healthy human being and lay them on the stable and not move them for a month, when I raise them, what are they going to have on their back? A bed-sore. And inside that bed-sore would be some little worms, isn't it? Sure. But where did the worms come from and where were they birthed? In the man himself. But why the bed-sore? You didn't move that person. That part of him was lacking of oxygen. Now we go internal. When those cells cease to receive oxygen, they break down. If the erosion is in the nostril, it is what? Sinusitis. If it's in the bronchial tubes, it's bronchitis.
The claim that bacteria and viruses don't exist is such an egregious example of scientific ignorance. It's even more egregious than saying the world is flat.
Sebi has ignored all criticism. He stated everyone
is real funny. All I'm going to say is, who's paying you niggas? Who's paying you niggas? Because again, when you have, I mean, hell, if you have 10 people that you've cured from any disease, it's not an accident, it's a habit. But when you have a file list of people who you've cured of every life-threatening disease that we are supposed to donate money to find research on, but somehow, and you have these people show proof, documented proof, but somehow he's a fraud, he's a scammer, he's a quack. No, he's fucking with somebody's money. He's seen as a threat because, once again, ain't no money in healthy, happy people. I have told people this for years. Chaos is king, especially in the divided states of America. So, you know,
has been taught to accept Western medicine and reject anything outside of that realm. Despite the criticism, his career continued to thrive, but he struggled to maintain his romantic relationships.
You know, my father was a Rolling Stone. Everybody kind of knows that.
He had 4 marriages, legal and bigamous. He married a woman named Melba Jean in the late 1950s, then Ma'a in the 1970s, and began his healing journey. He married Annette Thomas in the 1980s and Patsy Williams around the late 90s, early 2000s.
The official Dr. Sebi wife is Melba Jean Bowman. She's been married legally to Dr. Sebi for 56 years. That's the legal wife. That's the standing wife of Dr. Sebi.
Sebi claimed all of these marriages.
I've been married 4 times. I love women. Every woman I've been with, I love now.
Annette met Dr. Sebi in St. Croix. He opened his first store on the island with Ma'a. Annette attended one of his speaking engagements.
Just a burst of fresh air, you know? I said, wow, because he wasn't working by himself then. His partner, Olu, was there, Karen, his wife, Ma'a. They were all working together when I met them.
It was a team.
It was a team. I'm be a part of this. All of them had moved from California to St. Croix, and they was not interested in coming back to the United States. They wanted the Caribbean to be their permanent home.
Right.
Yeah, I talked him into coming back.
Dr. Sebi soon opened a fig tree store in New York. Annette became his 3rd wife. Many years later, Patsy traveled to the Usha village and began assisting Sebi and Ma'a. Ma'a explains why she and Dr. Sebi separated.
There was many women I couldn't take anymore. As I said to Sebi, you cured all these women, you helped all these women, and they love you. Mm-hmm. And that's unfair to them because you're taking advantage of them because they will do anything for you. They love you.
Ma'a continued the healing work through the fig tree with her daughters and son. Dr. Sebi moved to LA and opened an office there. He married Patsy and she continued to work for him. He then had to start a new company after Patsy allegedly stole from him. His many romantic relationships allegedly produced more than 20 children.
God damn. God damn. Boy, Dr. Sebi got half an NFL squad. Man, I tell you what. Wow. That's crazy. Girl, I just healed you. Let me pump a baby in you. Yeah. I saved your life. Let me give you another life. Yeah. All right. Yeah, and make sure they eating healthy, because I'm Dr. Sebi, baby. Hey, here's what it is. Nobody's perfect.
A few children. You know what I mean? It's many of us in different factions.
Tell them what is good for your pressure. Tell them what people need when they're weak. That's my daughter. Now look, I'm 79. The nigga's 79 with a baby now. Yeah. I'll set you up. Man, I didn't know my own son. Yeah, this is a gentleman to help me. Yeah. I didn't know my own son. Wow. This young man knows his daddy. You understand? He grew up with me.
Critics try to use his personal life as a way to tarnish his name, but Ma'a rejects these views.
Sebi is a great healer, and all his personal life has nothing to do with it.
He has openly spoken about his shortcomings.
You sit there with Tasha K. Tasha K don't sit there and try to find something negative to say about your ass. That's just a given. That's just what it is. You sit there with Tasha K, she gonna try to find something negative to say about you.
Thanks.
I was in a state of disarray, and I didn't know it. At the time, I was involved with 3 different wives, Matum, Annette, and Ma'a. Mm-hmm. My life was not as stable because I had other women pregnant. You know, a young girl, 19 years old, was pregnant. I was like emotionally out of it. So Lisa said to me that I needed help. And she was right.
There's an African proverb that says, when an old man dies, a library burns to the ground. There's much controversy surrounding the death of Dr. Sebi. He was arrested along with his associate Pablo Medina for being in the possession of $37,000 in cash in an airport on a Caribbean island off the coast of Honduras. Authorities stated he was suspected of laundering money. His friends, family, and patients vehemently denied the charges.
It's a very sad deal to see. It's a very sad thing to see because you can see that he was broken. You can see that he was hurt. To give of yourself, your whole heart. I don't care about this money thing. Forget this money thing, the product and selling it in the internet. And well, he gave of himself. Mm-hmm. Him.
His family attempted to get him released from custody to no avail. He was held for over a month with no court date, and bail was never set. After a month of being held in prison, he reportedly became sick with pneumonia, and his condition quickly deteriorated. He passed away shortly after. Before Dr. Sebi entered prison, he was in optimal health.
CMOS have me doing things every morning like this. That's CMOS. Okay? CMOS have me falling on my knees every morning to check him.
Reps from Dr. Sebi's institute stated limited information was given on the type of treatment he received. His autopsy was never released. Many people believe Dr. Sebi was murdered, while others strongly disagree.
And my grandfather was...
I mean, it's simple, you know. When they want you silenced, they'll silence you. Especially when you're a person who can help. I mean, what other way can I put it? Outside of being a person that can help, that's what they do. They get you. They get your ass. One way or another. And people can deny or whatever. I mean, if a man is in perfect health, then you lock him up. I mean, already in his 80s. And you take away his ability to survive, what do you think is going to happen? You know, unfortunately.
Wasn't killed on no government or foul play either. Let's clear that up. They didn't wait all these years to where Dr. Sebi turned 83 years old and said, hey, let's come after him now. It's clear that my grandfather died in a prison for starvation. No governmental foul play. He didn't want to eat the food. He wasn't going to drink the water. So he went out his way.
There was a reporter that was there the day before his transition, which was on Saturday, August 6th of 2016. And on that Friday, there was a reporter down there, and, you know, they reported that he was, you know, I had spoke to him, and they reported that he was totally fine and good health that Friday, you know. So transitioning from Friday into Saturday, no, he, you know, it shouldn't have been anything that was different.
I spoke to him about 3 days before he had passed.
Okay.
You know, and I wouldn't be able to say from that conversation that he passed from pneumonia, not based on the information that I've obtained, where he said he had been on a 2-week fast at the time. And so he was feeling low and he needed something, and you can tell, you know. But I wouldn't be able to attest that he died of pneumonia. Besides, we had a confession. And so, no, I don't believe that.
You had a confession?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A confession as to like how he actually died, or
As to how someone participated in his death. But we don't want to speak names, times, things of that nature, because it's an ongoing investigation right now. And I'm very happy that that person came to us to let us know what their part was in it and why. And we appreciate that. But it's an ongoing investigation as to what happened. And no, it wasn't pneumonia.
Wow.
It may have been the symptom of from what was done, no doubt. But there was intrusive factors.
What were his last words to you on that phone call when he was locked up?
I know someone's trying to kill me, so I refuse to eat the food in here. I'm not touching this food. That's why I'm fasting.
Shit.
Yep, there you go.
A lot of this. I'm sorry, Mommy.
Some say he was assassinated because he could eventually disrupt the billion-dollar pharmacy industry.
There you go.
Why do they kill all holistic doctors?
Messing up the medical industry.
You short-stopping their grind. Why do you get killed for hustling in front of a spot? You short-stopping the grind. And they check is billions. You got that get flipped for a couple $100,000.
Yep.
They felt that he was a threat to their agenda. And what I was told is that the incoming president, her name was Eugenia Charles, the United States had decided that they was going to sell the island of Dominica, which has 365 rivers of fresh, some of the fresh, most living water on the earth. It was selling them on buying fluoride to fluorinate the water.
Wow.
And Sadie was there, and you know everybody knows Sadie's gonna be a whistleblower. He's gonna expose the poison.
After Dr. Sebi's death, the charges were dropped and Pablo Medina was released from prison.
I mean, that should tell you all you need to know. You know, he knew that somebody was trying to off him because, again, he was a threat. Because, you know, this capitalistic society will never put the power of healing back into the common man. No, that fucks up your money. That totally fucks up your money, and it's disgusting. But this is how the world works, unfortunately. So I'll leave that where that is, because we're an hour in now, and I definitely want to get to this debate, which may take a couple hours. Like I said, I may be on here until midnight. You heard me? Because I got a lot of stuff that I particularly this debate that I got to cover. You know, definitely that I got to cover. And This is crazy. This one is very, like I said, it'll be very opinionated when, like I said, Mr. Marquette versus my son, Rage Quits is nuts because, like I said, what they talk about is SNAP benefits, the benefits to that for the black community and in the black community, things of that nature. And I honestly believe now this right here will ruffle some feathers, particularly men, women, um, white, black. It'll ruffle some feathers. And I haven't watched, like I said, I've only watched half of it. And the rest of it, it was so good. I said, no, I got to cut it off because I want to watch the rest of this with my audience. I'll let you know when I cut. I'll let you know when the information starts becoming new to me. So right here with the black and red suit on, that is Marquette. And to the right, that is with the New York hat on, that is my son, the general. Like I said, Marquette is businessman / activist. And my son is a rapper / activist. And again, the topics of discussion, and this is real motherfucking talk. The topics of discussion are the benefit or lack thereof of SNAP, particularly in the black household. And the conversation went to men, women, LGBTQ, all of the above. And like I said, this is something that I believe everybody should watch. So let's watch it together.
So I think I personally will enjoy this. The audience, you're here to watch it. If you have any comments or questions as we go through, please do use the information below. I want to show you guys what sparked this conversation. I trust we can have this conversation like gentlemen. As the gentleman shared some of his background, I know that he's been in many environments where respect is at a premium. So I think this will be a very polite conversation. Let's go ahead and show you guys the background on how we came to have this conversation, and then we're going to go ahead and get into it. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to play you guys the clip, and then we'll read through the comment that was made. I think you actually had a few comments. I only saw the one that you, or rather, I only read the one you replied directly to me, but I'll check out the other one because I saw your name on there. But let's see if we can get this played from the beginning. In the audience, if you'd be kind enough to populate an alpha 1 into the chat to confirm that you can hear the video as it plays. A black family. So some people say, oh, you don't understand, you're well off. I'm like, look, man, I really came from the mud. Like I was poorer than the other poor kids because my mom was on dope when I was a young boy. My father was in prison doing 10 for selling dope. So I really come from the mud. And one of the things I have to admit is that, well, damn, if you can still afford to use drugs while you're on SNAP, maybe if they took away the SNAP, you'd use that hustle you used to purchase those drugs to cover the basics, just maybe. And if not, if you're actually in a tribe, you know, we'll be forced to take care of each other. There'll be necessity. They say necessity is the mother of invention. What we need to invent is the black family because it's currently dead. So, of course, my heart goes out to people who are struggling, but I think mostly they're not struggling as much as they think they're struggling. And SNAP has destroyed black families. So some people say, oh, you don't understand, you're well off. I'm like, look, man, I really came from the mud. Cool. So that was the actual video. We'll discuss later what was actually said in the video because some people have erected a straw man that they're arguing against. But first, let's look at the comments that were made, particularly by the gentleman. I'll let him read his if the characters are big enough for him to see, but I'll read mine. The gentleman can read his, and then we'll go from there. Thank you for the platform, Willie D. And shout out to Willie D, by the way. I wrote, sad to see some black folks arguing for government benefits, subsistence, instead of trying to figure out how we can really thrive. We shouldn't want SNAP. We should want wealth and power. Anyone who wants to discuss on live, DM. Okay. And you want to read that one? You able to see that?
I said the government gives more benefits to billionaires than it does poor blacks. Most of the people on SNAP truly need it and have raised successful children who've been able to create generational wealth. Your comparison is just false. There are so many people who fell to drugs that weren't even on SNAP.
Okay, very good. And you had another comment. We'll address that one later. So we'll just start with this one. And I got a bunch of screens up here, so do forgive me. But I want to make our faces larger, and we'll take it piece by piece. So I'll engage the rebuttal right here. I got my pen and paper out too. So the government gave more benefits to billionaires than it does to poor blacks. Now, right there, we agree there. Oh, absolutely. In fact, I would forward the idea that the government is a tool of the wealthy, and that's mostly what every government is. So there's that. So let
me stop right there. Definitely agree with that 1000%. The government favors the rich, and it doesn't matter what political party you are. The government favors the rich. So any notion that, well, the Republicans are just about the money and the Democrats are about this and that. Both parties are about the money. Don't get it. It's easy to say that you're about money for the people when you're already financially taken care of. So it's all as I was just explaining in the Dr. Sebi video, it's all about the money. It is. So, and yes, the government damn sure favors the rich.
We agreed that the government is a tool of the wealthy?
Yes.
All right, fair enough. All right, so we're on the same page there. So carrying on to the next point, the gentleman writes, most people on SNAP truly need it. So that's not even the whole sentence, but that's the first piece, which I actually disagree with that. And so I think we have a fundamental disagreement there. Tell me more about when you say most people on SNAP truly need it.
Well, when you talk about most people that are on SNAP, they're truly elderly. They are incapacitated, injured. They have injuries where they can't work. There are some people who just are highly uneducated and don't have the resources to actually work to where they can make a livable wage. And those are realities, right? And what happens is, I come from a family like that, right? My mother wasn't able to make a wage that was able to sustain 2 children. And when she started out on welfare, she started out on SNAP, on welfare, with getting benefits, was going to school at the same time, right? She was utilizing the system like most other ethnicities do. When we talk about, SNAP, we only represent 25% of the people that are on SNAP for Black people. So when we're having these conversations, I know a lot of people that I know who are successful, who parents were on welfare, right? And it motivated them to never want to be on welfare. And their parents didn't say, hey, this is a tool that you utilize, that you're supposed to be on welfare. I'm on welfare right now because I don't have the resources. I didn't get the education. I didn't have all of the access to wealth that someone else had, but I'm giving you the resources. And right now, this is what put foods on your table. So when you go to school, I need you to study harder so that you don't have to be in this position. So I think for me, when you say that it ruined the Black community, I say a lot of us were products of SNAP, and it made us want more. I know a lot of people, there are a lot of people that I know that in college who graduated top of their class, who parents came from welfare. Even if you look at athletes, most of the athletes, they'll tell you their stories where their parents didn't have anything. They started out on welfare. They had cheese sandwiches. They were on the cheese lines. They were getting the butter. They were going to free lunch, free dinner. And it motivated them to do more than their parents did. And their parents did the best they could. So when you say that it destroyed the Black community, I just don't believe that in full.
Did I say that SNAP destroyed the Black community?
Well, what exactly did you say?
My bad. Okay. For me, it's a mindset thing. My bad. Just realizing my microphone was still muted. Sorry. For me, it's a mindset thing. There's some people who absolutely need SNAP. Absolutely. For me, it's a mindset thing because I was told a lot, especially when I got separated and divorced, that I should try to apply for food stamps and that and the third. And don't get me wrong, look, I ain't got nothing against damn food stamps. To me, I think people should get food stamps anyway because everybody in this country should have the ability and the freedom to eat. Okay? But when you rely upon something, sometimes you can fall into a situation where you become too dependent on it and you become content with where your life is headed. Now, again, don't get me wrong. I think food stamps, if anything, should be given everywhere. This is just me wishful thinking. I think medical insurance should be given. I believe you should not have to pay for medical insurance, especially if you're a tax-paying citizen of this country. That's just my opinion. That's me wishful thinking. But I also know the reality of the situation is that this is a capitalistic society, whether you like it or not, sometimes to the good of people, sometimes to the detriment of people. So I think if you have in your mind, well, I know the government is going to take care of me, or at least I know I'm gonna get my, I know this, that, and the third, then to me, that could be the wrong mindset. I never applied for food stamps. I don't believe I did. And if I did, I know I didn't get them. But no, I don't think I've ever applied for food stamps, particularly since I separated and divorced, which was now almost 4 years ago. Because, and the only reason why is because for me, it was simple. I'm able-bodied. And I don't want to have to depend on nobody else. I don't want my kids thinking that you have to depend on nobody else. If you're able to go get it, motherfucking go get it. If you can't for whatever reason, that's different. Like a disabled veteran or something like that. That's a whole different subject, a whole different issue. Everybody's situation is different. For me, I just know that I'm able-bodied. Motherfucker, I can go get it.
The message is that SNAP is destructive to the Black family and the Black future. And
I'm saying, what did you say? That's not, those weren't the words.
Sure, we'll play it back.
London?
We'll play it back.
Raw.
Like, I was poorer than the other poor kids because my mom was on dope when I was a young boy. My father was in prison doing 10 for selling dope. So I really come from the mud. And one of the things I have to admit is that, well, damn, if you can still afford to use drugs while you're on SNAP, maybe if they took away the SNAP, you'd use that hustle you used to purchase those drugs to cover the basics, just maybe. And if not, if you're actually in a tribe, we'll be forced to take care of each other. There'll be necessity. They say necessity is the mother of invention. What we need to invent is the Black family because it's currently dead. So, of course, my heart goes out to people who are struggling, but I think mostly they're not struggling as much as they think they're struggling. And SNAP has destroyed Black families. So Okay, right. So here's the difference. You stated that I said SNAP has destroyed the Black community.
Okay,
I said SNAP has destroyed the Black family. And those are two different things. Number one, there's no such thing as the Black community. And we can explain that another time. But the Black family, there's no doubt that SNAP has been a part of the destruction of such. When you look at the data in terms of Blacks getting greater access to SNAP benefits, we see that there has been an inverse correlation in terms of the Black man being in the household and being at the helm of the family. So it has driven more instances of illegitimate families, fatherless children, unprotected mothers. And in fact, there's a study that points out that while on SNAP benefits, a woman is less likely to actually get married. And then when that same woman gets off of SNAP benefits, the likelihood of marrying shoots up. And that's because the government has been positioned where the Black man would have been. So it's destructive. And I'll ask you this. Do you think that the short term is more important in general, or the long term is more important? Which would you say is more important?
It's always the long term.
Always the long term. We agree there. And my discussion, my ideas that I share, the system of thinking that I promote, and the revolution that I'm currently waging is for the long term. And there can be no birth without pain. The truth of the matter is that, did you know there was a time when Black women had a higher marriage rate than white women? But now it's flipped around. And both are increasingly becoming single mothers. But the fact of the matter is, it can be directly tied to those SNAP benefits we call them today, but before we just used to call it welfare. And that's been the destruction of the Black family.
Well, I think what we're correlating is two different things. I think the Black family, right? I think what I realized, right, that throughout history and me listening to women, just having conversations with the Black women, there was a time where there was a family unit that wasn't really secure. That woman was staying out of desperation. There was no love, there was no unity. There are Black children that were born in households. There was no love, that they didn't even see passion between parents. There are Black children that said that they wish that the parents that they had probably would have been separated, because the mother staying out of desperation because she didn't have need didn't create or foster love in a family. I think what happened now, and because I can say that accurately because I know parents, when we were on welfare, my father didn't have a job, right? But what he did was he went to get a job to get us off of welfare. I think that any man who loves his family is not leaving his household for SNAP benefits.
I agree with
that. I know that there's this ideology and this myth that Black men left the house because you couldn't be in the household because you couldn't get the SNAP benefits. But my father would leave when the welfare person came. He would leave, put his little stuff in the corner, and when they came, he came back. And what he did was he made sure he left the house and he went and got a job until we didn't need welfare.
I don't know if you just saw Marquette's expression, and see, that's another reason why. And when I was married and when Roman was a baby, yeah, we had food stamps, we had the WIC, all of that stuff. But if it got to a point where, because, you're in a 2-parent household, you can't get the assistance, and I have to leave, when a social worker comes over, man, I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing all of that. I'm just not. It's not that deep. I mean, that's why the one thing I don't like about the government assistance is that you have to be in the slums, damn near, to get assistance. And my wishful thinking, and that's all it is that, these people who are tax-paying Americans should get the food, at least the food benefits anyway. At least the food benefits anyway. I also believe that we should get the medical benefits anyway. But again, capitalistic society, greedy ass country, it's just what it is. That's just what it is. And like I said, wishful thinking. And I'm not, and while I can sit there and say that's wishful thinking, I also can talk in reality as well. But as far as me being a father and my, Jesus, I hate when it does this, and my significant other, I have to leave the house, for a social worker to come over. Fuck all that. I'm not doing all that. No way.
He didn't abandon his family. He didn't abandon his wife. He didn't abandon his children. And most men of honor in any level of integrity that I know didn't leave his family for SNAP benefits. There's no man who loves his family that just leaves his family for SNAP benefits. So what I think has happened is there were families that probably were broken from the beginning because there was a hierarchy. There was, because I have conversations with men, like you had a conversation I seen on your conversation where there was a man saying, if we could have a conversation and you say something and you sound like a man and I hit you in the mouth, I didn't abuse you, you just lost the fight.
See,
and that mentality is toxic, and no woman should have.
Oh, my son, you hit me with this white liberal female talk,
bruh. How did we get there? How did we get to talk about SNAP benefits to domestic violence? Like, where did that come from? Like, I don't blame Marquette for that reaction. How the hell did we get to talking about SNAP benefits to you hit me in the mouth? Like, that's crazy. Now, let's see, I said I watched it for an hour. So I didn't even watch it for an hour. No, I would say I was about 35 minutes in. And that to me was my son's theme, where he just like, where the hell, again, where did that come from, my G? Where?
I didn't say it's toxic masculinity. I'm saying that mentality. I don't speak like a female. And I think when we talk to men, we can't talk to men and say that they talking like females, because we started off saying something, we're gonna talk back. I'm talking to you like a man.
Yes.
I've never done anything like a female. Everything.
No, I'm not saying you're talking like a female. I'm saying the ideology is
it's not ideology.
Feminist liberalism.
No. What I'm trying to tell you, I've been a man. I'm almost 50 years old, and I've been around men my whole life. Men of honor. I've been in jail around killers. I've been in jail around the most notorious men in the world. And none of them think putting your hand on a woman because she says something that you don't agree with is masculine or strong. So I'm trying to tell you, there's an ideology that certain men have that think because a woman doesn't abide by your rules and you pay the rules, that you have the ability to abuse her. So what happened when?
Do you mind if I address some of the things you said, because you're kind of going on to a different topic at this point?
So let me just finish. So what I'm trying to say is, when you talk about that SNAP benefits broke up the home, it wasn't that SNAP benefits broke up the home. There was a level of independence that women had in toxic relationships that made them believe that I don't have to be around a man who thinks because I say something he don't like and he hits me in the mouth that I lost the fight.
Again, if anybody knows me, if you know me and you know anything about me, you know that I don't condone a man putting their hands on a woman. I don't condone it. I rebuke it. All of that stuff. How the freak did we get to that point? Like, when I first heard that, I was like, wait, what? That's like, it was like an unnecessary curveball. Well, a man said something, I'm going to hit you in the mouth. Well, how the fuck did we get there? We're talking about SNAP benefits, not domestic abuse. Is that your view of Black relationships? I was married for 12 years. It is very unacceptable, Omar. But what I'm saying is this dude in the Yankee cap, they're talking about SNAP benefits. How the hell do we talk about a man hitting a woman in the mouth? Where did that come from?
I'm just making some notes here. Okay. So I would challenge that a number of the things you have articulated are speculative, they're anecdotal, they diverge from logic, and they're very much so what feels good, what sounds good, and what's emotional. And the reason that I say that is because you noted that Black people represent 25% of SNAP benefits recipients. And I know you said that because I wrote it down. Now, that actually doesn't make sense in as much as Black people in America, and I'm not talking about the foundational Black American, because I think that they're more so like 10%, but Black people, which would be inclusive of Haitians and all of these other groups that have a different ethnic background, but Black people represent 13%. So they're nearly twice, they're at 200% of the representation they should be at, kind of similar to prisons. And you spoke about that earlier. You know, we're 13% of the U.S. population, but a much higher percentage of the prison population. We're overrepresented. I think there's a very reasonable story that you could articulate in both cases, but what is certain is that we're overrepresented in a bad way and it's detrimental. So you stated that as though it was a good thing that we're 25% of the welfare benefits, as opposed to us being representative, which would be 13%. I yield the floor for a rebuttal to that.
Well, basically, if we're talking about wealth in America, we only represent 3% of the wealth in America, right? So we look at communities where Blacks inhabit majorly, most of those are poor communities, right? So if we're in the poorest communities, you know, then more likely we're going to need the most assistance. So the fact that we only represent 25% of it and everybody represents more than that, the whites represent about 40% of it, you know, and they represent 70% of the population, and they represent 83% of the wealth, right? So that there's also a correlation. So what happens is when you look at the other people who are on SNAP benefits, they've utilized SNAP to their ability, right? If you look at the Jewish population, they are one of the highest, also a high population on SNAP benefits. They utilize the housing of the SNAP benefits. They utilize the housing. They figure out how do they get free housing, and they also own their own communities within the communities they live in, and they also figure out how do they benefit off it. So what I think is what we haven't learned is
sorry to interrupt, my G, but I think one thing that needs to be said is that when you say the Jewish community, most of the people who identify as Jewish people in America are white people. And not trying to be funny or fucked up, but we know the goalpost gets moved back when it comes to that speculation. It just is what it is.
How to benefit off of using the state's money, like the billionaires have, right? They call and they say we're bankrupt, right? We have our money, but we're not going to spend our money. So we want you to give us your money, and we're going to continue to make more money. I use the example of Rich Dad Poor Dad. The rich people figure out how to use OPM, right? And that is a form of government assistance. So if Black people were in our communities and we were taught how to utilize the government assistance, right? We taught how to utilize SNAP benefits. Right now, they're trying to stop us from doing that. Right now, there's a crackdown because the lady brought cakes, right? She brought cake mix with her SNAP benefits and began selling cakes. Everyone else in other communities utilize the SNAP benefits and they double and triple those benefits. Everyone else uses government assistance to double and triple and make money off it. They are intentionally trying to keep Black people poor. So I don't think that the SNAP benefits broke up the Black family. I think what broke up the Black family was not understanding how to utilize Black benefits, being targeted in our communities, because they understand that the biggest threat to America is Black unity. The president said that, as Nixon said it himself, the biggest threat to America is Black unity. So they
okay. Now I have to fact check. I don't know if I never heard President Nixon say that, but I did hear the clip of J. Edgar Hoover not saying the biggest threat to America being Black unity, that the biggest threat to America is the financial empowerment of Black and brown people. I do remember that. I don't know about Nixon saying Black unity being. I mean, I would think that a president wouldn't say something, even if it was in the 1960s. A president saying something that fucking stupid, of saying the biggest threat to America is Black unity. Now, again, the leader of the FBI said that the biggest threat to America, democracy, is the financial empowerment of Black and brown people. That's different than Black unity. You know, we can have Black unity. Black unity may be one thing, but rich niggas is another. Let me say that again. Black unity is one thing, but rich niggas who have money, power, and access, not even respect, Black people who have money, power, and access is a bigger threat than Black unity, my friend.
They've always tried to do that. I think the biggest thing that destroyed the Black family, especially when you look at the time that's most been destroyed, is drugs and crack. Crack was the biggest thing that destroyed the Black family, because prior to that, we were still unified and we were moving, we would do what you said. There was a community base. We're going to make sure that you're okay. When before crack came into my community, every door next door to me was open. We walked in, we lived like a community. We actually lived like a community. We were able to walk into our neighbors' doors and get sugar. We were able, my grandmother and grandfather, my family, we had family meetings where we had the susu, where we put money in and we had family businesses. So when crack came in, you couldn't trust your own family member, because once they got the money, they wasn't going to come back to it. So I don't think SNAP was the biggest thing that destroyed the Black family. I think drugs, and that was an intentional thing by the government to destroy the Black.
I agree with that too. Oh yeah.
Okay, very good. So
I agree with that.
my challenge with folks who often take your position, and your position can very much so be described as a liberal position. I don't suggest that to put myself on the other side as a conservative. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, a liberal or a conservative. I just follow this ism. Marquettism is for the kids. Marquettism saves lives. Now, let's talk about this piece. So we agreed earlier that the government is for the rich. I think we can probably also agree that the government is, and always has been in the United States, organized for and controlled by white people. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if the government is for the rich, and you
again, the government, understand what he's saying. The government, he's not saying the Republicans or the Democrats are for the rich. He's saying the government is for the rich, because the government is for the rich. It doesn't matter whether you're red or if you're blue. You know, one side may come across like they favor the rich. The other side may come across like they're favoring the downtrodden. All them motherfuckers got money. All of them. All of them have money, and they're all for the money. Don't get it twisted.
Said Black people are not the rich in this country. If the government is organized for the benefit of white people, organized by white people, and Black people are in fact Black, which color-wise would be opposite of white people, then why is it that your idea is using government benefits, which is to say using the benefit from the enemy or from the person or the group that doesn't care about you? How would you think that that would benefit you? It's nonsensical. Furthermore, it suggests a level of inferiority. Not that the white man believes you're inferior, but that you believe you're inferior, such that you must rely on the government handout. Furthermore, you reference the Jews and other groups that are utilizing the welfare benefit system. Well, obviously, mathematically, being that Blacks are overrepresented at 200%, there's obviously some groups that are underrepresented. And I think that's worth considering. Furthermore, the Jews are actually categorized as white and have been for some time, especially since the data started being recorded when these public benefits were given out. Now, with regards to the Black community, what they're lacking today and in times past, especially during the time of the crack epidemic, which, you know, destroyed many of our families, mine included, is ideology. You see, the reason I say that there's no such thing as a Black community is because communities have a lot of things in common, but core things. You mentioned the Jews earlier. It's a great example. They have religion. They have language. They live in proximity. They don't allow outsiders in. They have patriarchy. They have their own hospitals. They have their own policing force. And they have a strict system of belief, and they don't snitch and rat on each other. And also, they don't rely on the outsiders, the Goyim. Whereas conversely, you're kind of describing all of the opposite things for Black people. You're describing the idea that we should rely on the government, which has been our open enemy since we arrived here on a slave ship named Jesus. Black people, some are Muslims, some are Christians, some are atheists. They don't have a uniformity in the religion. Black people don't have their own language. Our folkways, mores, and our music and culture has been commercialized and stolen from us. And that's precisely why there has to be one system that dominates. And because Black people are very effeminate as a mass, very soft and emotional, they have trouble accepting the fact that something must dominate to unify us into what would rightly be described as a community. Furthermore, you speak of the idea that Blacks need welfare and they need government assistance. And
the only thing that I would say for rebuttal to what Marquette just said is that when he says that it must be one dominant force, presence, or person. Well, you know, it has to be some one thing that dominates to bring Black people together, to get us on the same page, basically. The only problem with that is that when that happens, when that person arrives, they either get killed or compromised. Because if the Black person who is making minds change, when you do see prosperity, particularly only in a Black neighborhood or Black area, it's gotten destroyed. Tulsa, Oklahoma. They become compromised. Like this brother, my son, just look at his face. He's giving me compromise written all over him. And you know what? When I watched, like I said, I watched about 30, 35 minutes of this. I went to his page because he had a reaction video to this video. And even though I hadn't watched, well, at that point in time, I hadn't watched the entire video. Or no, I hadn't watched the entire video because I'm about to watch the rest of it with you guys. I went to his page and I wrote a message, and he actually responded directly back to me. And I told him exactly the way I thought he was talking and his method on things. While respectfully, there were some things I agreed with him on, but the way he talked, his methods weren't thinking, and that Marquette came with facts. So at times he sounded very compromised. So that's the one thing I have to rebuttal with Marquette, is that I don't disagree that we do need that figure. But when that figure rises and Black people start to follow and getting lockstep with each other in sync, they either get compromised or killed. Now that is something that's crazy to me. That is something that leads me to believe that there is a specific agenda to keep people that look like me and him and everybody on the screen in their place, quote unquote, so to speak. Because when people start to listen, and particularly when finances rise for said person or said group, that's seen as a threat. Like Dr. Sebi, seen as a threat.
If you were to only look at the 54 states of Africa, and you find every one of them is accepting foreign aid, also known as welfare and assistance, from whom? From the same group, which is to say the West, the whites, and they're all failing because government assistance is not designed to get you off of it. And even though you think it's benefiting the Black people, it is actually not. It's making them weaker because, as you yourself admitted, it forced your father to have to disappear when the social worker comes up to check in, to make him have to creep around with no dignity. The truth of the matter is Black people are the wealthiest group of Black people, the ones in America, on the whole planet Earth. And so I assure you they can get by without those SNAP benefits, and it will open up a whole different way of living. You mentioned something about the woman being independent. I would describe it as disobedient and rebellious. Ooh. The man is the leader, and he is more rational, and there's data on that. And he is to lead. The idea that the Black woman would use SNAP benefits to allow her to shirk her responsibilities and her duty to the Black man is an abomination. And that is something that has caused a great deal of trouble. So what you're describing as a good thing is in fact a bad thing. When you look at the data, we see that those Black children who grow up without their father because their mother was independent for whatever reason, they have higher levels of criminality. And you were locked up with a lot of them. They have higher levels of mental illness. They have low levels of educational attainment. And then the other thing that you mentioned that should not be mentioned at all, and it is not a factor, and that is why this ism has to spread around the whole world. You mentioned love. Love is fantastic. Marriage is not about love. Family unit is not about love. It's about pushing toward a particular set of milestones in a life well lived. Love is great. Compatibility is better. Love is great, but being able to cooperate and produce is better. How do you measure love? You can't measure it. And the worst thing about it is love is something that the women are very much so hooked on. And that's when they want to leave the relationship because I didn't feel the love. You have a duty now to be a mother. You have a duty to be a wife. And that outstrips love. I yield the floor to you.
Bruh. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If this was a fight, it would be getting real late early for my son. Let me repeat that. If this was a fight, it would be getting late early for brother my son because he is getting sunned. Let me run that back. My boy was speaking gospel. And the thing about it is, let me make this clear. Matter of fact, let me bring my motherfucking whole face back up here. There's a difference when somebody is speaking hate and speaking reality. See, when you speak hate, you're coming from a biased point of view that can be very insulting to one specific person or one specific group. You know, it's a biased opinion, and it comes from a place of either just flat out disrespect or superiority. The thing about when you speak reality is that not everybody likes to hear it. Thus the phrase truth hurts. And when he makes that comment about women, I know several women who would just be ready to throw a shoe at a TV set or a computer or slam their phone or whatever for listening to what he just said. Now, I'm going to run it back. Now, the whole point of obedience, now, I wouldn't use those words because I'm just saying, like, obedient, that's only dogs are to obey, to quote Eddie Murphy from Coming to America. But I would have preferred to stay the phrase "stand by your man," but with the time that we live in now, where we're trying to kill masculinity, where teaching a boy to be, yes, great film, raising a boy to be a man is being considered a bad thing. When you have rappers like Dolce who say, well, one of the biggest red flags for me is a straight black man, I'm not mad at him for using that term. Let me just put it that way. Now, let me run it back.
Is the leader, and he is more rational. And that's precisely why there has to be one system that dominates. And because Black people are very effeminate as a mass, very soft and emotional, they have trouble accepting the fact that something must dominate to unify us into what would rightly be described as a community. Furthermore, you speak of the idea that Blacks need welfare and they need government assistance. And if you were to only look at the 54 states of Africa, and you find every one of them is accepting foreign aid, also known as welfare and assistance, from whom? From the same group, which is to say the West, the whites, and they're all failing because government assistance is not designed to get you off of it. And even though you think it's benefiting the Black people, it is actually not. It's making them weaker because, as you yourself admitted, it forced your father to have to disappear when the social worker comes up to check in, to make him have to creep around with no dignity. The truth of the matter is Black people are the wealthiest group of Black people, the ones in America, on the whole planet Earth. And so I assure you they can get by without those SNAP benefits, and it will open up a whole different way of living. You mentioned something about the woman being independent. I would describe it as disobedient and rebellious. The man is the leader, and he is more rational, and there's data on that. And he is to lead. The idea that the Black woman would use SNAP benefits to allow her to shirk her responsibilities and her duty to the Black man is an abomination. And that is something that has caused a great deal of trouble. So what you're describing as a good thing is in fact a bad thing. When you look at the data, we see that those Black children who grow up without their father because their mother was independent for whatever reason, they have higher levels of criminality. And you were locked up with a lot of them. They have higher levels of mental illness. They have low levels of educational attainment. And then the other thing that you mentioned that should not be mentioned at all, and it is not a factor, and that is why this ism has to spread around the whole world. You mentioned love. Love is fantastic. Marriage is not about love. Family unit is not about love. It's about pushing toward a particular set of milestones in a life well lived. Love is great. Compatibility is better. Love is great, but being able to cooperate and produce is better. How do you measure love? You can't measure it. And the worst thing about it is love is something that the women are very much so hooked on. And that's when they want to leave the relationship because I didn't feel the love. You have a duty now to be a mother. You have a duty to be a wife, and that outstrips love. I yield the floor to you.
And I respect everything that you said, with the exception that a family unit, it should not have. I mean, you said, you actually did say, you said that there should be compatibility, right? And it can't be compatibility if we have a disagreement, and because we disagree, I lose a fight and you hit me in my mouth.
Why?
Right? Abuse should never be. Listen to
once again. Why? Why? This is the second time when he's given a description of a relationship in a black family, he goes to domestic violence. This, for the 35 minutes I watched, and we're about at, let's say, between 30 and 35 minutes. We damn near 30 minutes. I noticed this becoming a theme of his. Whenever you describe a black household where there's a mother and a father, the only way that they cope with disagreement is by violence. That's not stop. And I told him this on the message that I sent him directly. Stop lumping us in that form and fashion. Again, I was married for 12 years. I never hit my ex-wife, my kid's mom, in the mouth. Fuck type of niggas you been around, nigga.
Me, I listened to you. I didn't interrupt you.
I just want to say, but I never said that though.
Never said that.
I don't want people listening to you thinking like I said that.
Well, you agreed with the person who said it. You made a full statement. I watched the video, and the man explained his verbatim that if I say something and you say "shut up, bitch, nigga" or whatever, and I hit you in the mouth, I didn't abuse you. You lost the fight because you used terms that would be deemed fighting words, right? And you said, "Well, I understand that because you should not say things if you're not prepared to fight." And I don't agree with that mentality. I'm a man, a strong man. I am a masculine man. I don't agree that if a woman doesn't agree with me or says something that's out of line to me, that I should put my hands on her. I don't believe leading a household.
Bruh, see, look. He may not believe it, but this is still a trauma-filled, borderline prison mentality that still has a hold of his brain, where he keeps thinking, well, the only method, this is all I know from a relationship in a black family is hitting somebody in the mouth or putting my hands on a woman. Who the fuck said that? Who said that?
Requires me to be physically abusive to a woman.
Nobody's talking about that.
Strength
you see how Marquette's looking?
A relationship, that compatibility. That
look at Marquette's face.
Say something and you say "shut up, bitch, nigga" or whatever, and I hit you in the mouth. I didn't abuse you. You lost the fight because you used terms that would be deemed fighting words, right? And you said, "Well, I understand that because you should not say things if you're not prepared to fight." And I don't agree with that mentality. I'm a man, a strong man. I am a masculine man. I don't agree that if a woman doesn't agree with me or says something that's out of line to me, that I should put my hands on her. I don't believe leading a household requires me to be physically abusive to a woman. I don't believe that showing strength or even in a relationship, that compatibility, that her word should not matter in the household. I believe that I should have the final say, or we should come to agreements about how we're raising our children, how we're doing things. I think that if I'm in a relationship with a woman who respects me, that I've earned her respect, then she will yield the floor and understand that I'm the head of the household. But there are a lot of men who are not men. They are merely males, and they only have control in their homes, right? They don't even have control in their homes. Only way they have control is because they're physically stronger than women and children. So they go into those homes and they beat and they harm women and children, and they don't produce strong men. They don't.
Yo. What type of dudes? I mean, if these look, I think my son needs to clarify. If these are the only type of women, the only type of men that you've seen around women in these relationships, you need to specify that, because the way he's going about it, the context of which he is saying these things would lead you to believe that he thinks that all black relationships is domestic violence. that it's just black men just roaming around the streets, going in the single mom homes and just smacking the shit out of the women and the kids. Like, his point of view is ridiculous because he's lumped in one circle. It's ridiculous, bro. This brother needs a hug.
Don't produce strong women. They don't have partners. They have people who are in fear of them. And I believe that for years, that's how a lot of when you have conversations with elder women, there are elder women who said, I wasn't in love, I wasn't in compassion, I was in fear. And I lived in this relationship out of fear, right? So no woman or children should be in a household where they're in fear of someone who is supposed to be the head of their household. There should be a unit. So I understand what you're saying. And yes, I believe that a man should be dominant, but I believe that a man should be proven to be dominant. I think that you prove your dominance through intellect. I believe you prove your dominance through compassion, to empathy, to being able to teach, to be able to teach your children. To a woman feels like when she's around you, she's learning something, she's growing. If a woman's around you and because you are unable to teach her or able to reach her, all you can do is beat her, then you have not shown any level of any type of superiority. You are not leading a household. So
somebody needs to tell this man that relationships cannot work. And it doesn't have to be any domestic violence in it. Honestly, somebody needs to tell him just because a relationship doesn't work doesn't mean that it was because of physical abuse. I mean,
talk about those things. And when you talk about the stats, right? And we talk about, yes, they did. The black people are the only people they took our culture from us, right? They took all the things. They took our culture. They've taken our religion. I say all the time, only thing that we unite in is pain and trauma. When we see another black person in pain and trauma, we all united. Prior to that, I'm black, you foundational, you this and that. We are divided. So what I'm trying to explain to you, that's why that if we're in America and all of the resources are held by the white people, right? If all of the resources are held by the white people and we're figuring out because they understand that anything that you teach us, we outlearn them, and we've done it over and over and over. I've watched, and this is why every 100 years they disenfranchise black people. Because what happens is once you teach us the game, we play it better than you. So what they do
May I respond to your earlier point since you're going on to a different point now?
I'm going into what you went into 3 different points. So
okay. I was just asking. Carry on.
To what you said. You were talking about how we're divided as a culture, how we don't have a culture, how we don't have religion. So I'm explaining to you what happened. So they know that we don't have religion. So what happens is now that we start to build our culture, we start to come back in congruency, we start to be united, and they see that united. This is right now, there's a reckoning. This is a reckoning for what Obama did. People say Obama, the president, didn't do anything individually for black. He did. What he did was inspire and motivate more black people to be professional, to be strong. They seen black people in positions of power. So black men said, I can own things. I can be the president. I can be the president of Fortune 500 company. And they began to do that. Black women did the same thing. So as they see that, now you see the reckoning to where they trying to rewrite in America. So I understand what you're saying, but I also want you to understand that this government owes black people. They pay reparations to everybody else. So if we can't give reparations, even in the form of the real reparations that we deserve, and we can't utilize the government money to be able to build and as a foundation, a lot of black, a lot of people do. I know white people who live at their parents' house, right? And they stack up their money. They say, okay, we don't have enough money right now. We're going to put our money and we live at our parents' house for 2 years. And what happens is after those 2 or 3 years, after they lived off their parents, they go buy their homes and they create a foundation. So I think that if black people were taught that that's what we should be doing with the government's money, instead of trying to say, don't take no handout. No, everybody else is taking handouts and they're utilizing it and they're benefit from it and they're growing. So why shouldn't black people do the same thing?
Thank you for that. Now, I was taking notes as you were speaking so that I can respond directly to what you've said. One thing that I want the audience to take note of, and you as well, is that there is a red herring. You engaged in a major distraction. So the conversation that we agreed to have, and I'm happy to have this additional conversation, but the conversation we agreed to have was specifically about the clip that Willie D put out. And it was a clip with me speaking about SNAP benefits. And then from that discussion, out of nowhere, you start talking about another clip that you saw on my page with regards to a man speaking about how men and women communicate with respect and how that can or cannot turn physical.
Right.
So I just want everyone to
That came
observe
out of
that was
nowhere.
a major
Can I say one thing before-
distraction on that one.
But
And
I don't
like,
think it's really a distraction. I think that you talked about the Black family, right? So we're talking about the Black family, and you say where was the disconnect and how something broke up the Black family and how SNAP benefits replaced the man. And I want you to understand that, in my point of view, that I don't
Okay.
believe SNAP benefits.
so I didn't yield the floor, and I
Okay,
appreciate
I
that. But that is to bring emotionalism and to pull on the heartstrings. It's not a logical argument, and it's not even a part of what we were discussing. You basically tried to position me as someone who approves of beating women and referencing a clip that had nothing to do with the clips that we were talking about. And this is it's almost like a mudslinging tactic,
Real
honestly.
talk.
But I will address it, and I will double down and stand on everything that I've said. Now, one thing I like about you, there are a number of things I like about you, but one thing I like about you is that you're
Likewise,
against.
I actually appreciate you.
I appreciate you. And one thing that I know that you've taken a public stand against is blacks murdering blacks, black on black violence. And I agree with you there. In as much as that's the case, we all have to engage one another with respect, and especially women who would claim that they're equal, then you would be treated as an equal. If you wish to be treated as a child or be treated as one who is not as rational, as responsible as a man, then you need to completely submit and be obedient.
Damn.
Now, me, if I had you on one hand and my lady on the other hand, and you said, Marquette, you this, that, and the third, cursing and being vulgar and being verbally threatening, I do my best to give you my worst straight away. There'd be no conversation. If my lady said the exact same things that you said, I wouldn't even take it seriously because she is truly a lady. She's feminine. I know she's irrational, but most importantly, she's in full submission to me. So even if she got emotional for a moment, I would forgive it because we already understand our hierarchy and that there's asymmetry and that I'm above her. So being that I view myself above her, she views me above her, I don't expect her to engage me with an equal level of rationality and of decorum. So I would not engage her physically. However, if I'm dealing with a woman who says that she's an independent woman, she says she's a strong woman, she says she's the same as a man, she's not taking my leadership, we're equal partners. Now, me personally, if I have an issue with a woman at any level, she's gone. There's no need to even play games with it. I wouldn't lift a hand to her. It's not a good use of time. I send her packing. But let's just say in the scenario of an average guy and he's dealing with a woman on an equal basis. Well, if you, my son, say something that would lead you to getting your eye blacked and the woman says the same thing and she believes she's equal, then she should get her eye blacked. And it's that simple, unless you truly don't believe that they're equal.
Well, damn. Well, damn. Okay. Once again, I don't condone hitting a woman. I don't condone it. But I will say this. I understand what he's saying because I have been pushed to the limits. And I'm saying this from personal experience. I don't condone hitting a woman. Nope. Don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And I have told women this on several occasions. And I'm not talking about women that deal with me. Keep your hands to your motherfucking self. Now, what I will say this, because I don't agree with hitting a woman. But I will say this, though. And this is a method, a state of thinking. If you really want to protect yourself, because women will put their hands on you and there are men who will retaliate and will still get in trouble because he's a man and she's a woman. Now, this may sound bitch made, but if you really want to protect yourself, and if a woman really wants to be an equal, then you need to suffer the same equal consequences from a legality standpoint as a man. Meaning if you're in an argument and your woman lay hands on you, don't hit her back. Calling people. And if she say, "Oh, you a bitch," just be the bitch. Be the bitch. And when them boys come, be the bitch. Because if you try to impose that masculinity, and she could 3-piece your ass. And if you retaliate, particularly as a black man in Virginia, in the Commonwealth, you getting in trouble, my boy. So that would be my method of advice. If she black your eye, man, just call them people and deal with it the same way that she's going to deal with it with you as soon as you lay hands on her. That's what I would do.
And there's a lot of lies about it's liberal, white woman, feminist ideology, and it's really not about being equal. What it really is about is actually matriarchy and domination. A quick question for you before I carry on. You use the term partner. This is a term that comes from the LGBTQ, the Skittle Guzzlers. Do you accept homosexuality?
Well, I don't have to accept homosexuality because I'm not a homosexual. So why would I have to accept?
Are you pro-homosexual? Are you an ally? Like, I'll give you three. Like, I just want to figure out where you're at with it. Are you an ally? Are you against it? Or are you neutral?
I don't have anything against somebody that's homosexual. That's their way of life. It's not my
against,
way.
Neutral, or pro?
Yes.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. That was wrong. Against, neutral, or ally?
I'm for anyone loving who they love.
You said you're a man. I'm just asking you as a man, respectfully. I'm asking you to make it plain. You know, black folks, we say make it plain. So like, make it plain for me. You're against it, you're neutral, or you're an ally?
I am for people loving who they love.
You sound like a lawyer right now. Now, here's the thing. I'm from LA. I know you're from New York, right?
Yes, sir.
And one thing we could always respect about the two cities, always look at us as, you know, very influential groups of black people. But we always look at you guys as blunt and straightforward. And we like to think that we're very honest, especially if you come from the lumping class or the underclass or the criminal class.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in my neighborhood, you ask a nigga a question, he's just going to tell you flat out. Like, I feel like you're going Jesse Jackson on me right now, bro.
You feel like that I'm not giving you what you want to give me.
No, you're going Jesse Jackson. I just asked you, like, you from the Bronx. I just asked you, like, are you against it? Are you neutral, or are you an ally?
Once again, I'm going to say again, you don't get to explain to me how I answer a question. You ask me a question, and I said I'm for people loving who they love.
Okay, that's so you're okay with a grown man loving another grown man?
Being okay with if that grown man is okay with loving that grown man, that's his decision. That's not
okay. Got you. Understood. Now, so that's why I used the term partner earlier. So this kind of ideology that you believe in and that you're sharing, this is the ideology that's extraordinarily destructive to the black family in particular, and all families in general across all of the racial categories, racial and religious. Because number one, you're talking about independent women, and then you're talking about love. Families are not about love. They're about compatibility, business, moving forward, surviving and thriving. That's what it's actually about. And then when you talk about, you ask the older women, they weren't happy. They weren't in love. That's fine. Grandma had 9 kids, and it was very common that everybody's grandma and great grandma had 5 kids, 6 kids, 7 kids, 8 kids, 9 kids, 10 kids. Apparently, things were doing all right. You see, what you're describing is the unruly, disobedient nature of woman in general, but particularly a woman who's traumatized, particularly a woman who's unprotected. A woman should not be leading herself. And what has happened is that they've led themselves to destruction. They think that they're thinking clearly and making good decisions, and they're not. And we can see all of the outcomes as a result. And it's shown up in all of the bad things we've been seeing happen, particularly in the black community. Now, another thing that reeks of this white woman liberal ideology, you brought up Barack Obama, who number one is irrelevant to the conversation. Number two, he's not done a damn thing for black people. I find it offensive. Number three, as a foundational black American, he's not one of us. He doesn't have the same heritage. And number four, he did more for the LGBTQ because he actually passed legislation and went to bat on their behalf. I find him to have been a stain for black people. Did I vote for him the first time around? Absolutely, because just like most of us, I was swept away. I was swept away with seeing my image reflected at a high level. And then I realized, oh, he's not like us. He's not like us. And many of us are lost. I am the souls of black folks. Black people have the highest level of religiosity in this country right here. And that's because Black people are people of spirit and rhythm. And that's all of us around the whole planet Earth. We're deeply religious, spiritual people. And if you go to the continent of Africa, for the things that you said you're okay with, the LGBTQ stuff, there's capital punishment in many places. There's a death penalty because Black people, that is against the souls of Black folks. And you're a hip hop head. You may remember the time when hip hop was Black, when hip hop was positive, when hip hop was political, and when hip hop embedded our culture, and you would hear people say things like no homo, or you finish battling somebody, especially in New York, and you would say, and I can't even say the word right now, that's all been ripped out of our culture by the liberal whites. What they did was they commercialized our culture. They put it on social media, they put it on Netflix, and then they told us who we are. Before, they used to observe us in our ghettos and then reflect our image in Hollywood. But now Hollywood tells us who we are and then we follow it. And that's how you get a Lil Nas X, and that's how you get my son, the general, telling me he can't speak up straight like a man and say, I do not condone the abomination of a man laying down with another man, especially a Black man, because that reduces our population. The Black woman aborts more children than she gives birth to. Her birth rate is like 1.9. You need a birth rate of 2.1 for replacement and for growth. And we cannot have all these people, males laying with males and women laying with women and Black women abort children because we are being reduced. You talk about reparations. You say the government owes us something. Maybe they do. But one thing I can promise you is they ain't giving you a damn thing. You ain't going to get 40 acres. You ain't going to get a mule. What I'm doing is I got Burton Plantation, 62 acres. We're giving out 2 acres, $30K. It's a hell of a deal. And building a...
Bruh, message. Man, look, bruh. And that's where I left off. That part right there is where I left off because I was like, oh my God. I wanted to watch the whole thing. I said, oh my God, I got to watch this with my audience. Bruh, look at my son's face. Look at his face right here. See, that when you know you're getting cooked. Because he ready to beat, if he could jump through that screen and whoop that dude ass. And the worst mistake he could have made is he left his comments right here. And all of his comments is saying is that he is getting deep fried and laid to the side in this motherfucking debate. Man, look. When it comes to reparations, I firmly believe that we are owed reparations. But again, that is my wishful thinking. The reality of it is, man, ain't nobody giving us no money. Them white folks ain't giving us no motherfucking reparation. Again, J. Edgar Hoover said it in the 60s. The biggest threat to democracy in America is the financial uprising of Black and brown people. So you really think, even though they should, that they're going to give us money? Now, as far as the Barack Obama thing goes, whoa. But tell me something they said wrong. Because LGBTQ stuff was put in the legislation. Not anything that's needed for the Black community. Now, I understand that in our system of government, Congress can also debunk things that you're really looking for. So I understand all of that. But it never sat right with me, even back in 2011, 2012, when every gay athlete was coming out and saying, hey, I'm an athlete and I'm gay. And Michelle Obama was like, I'm so proud of da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, why is Jason Collins being celebrated for coming out and saying that he's gay? Why is Michael Sam being exploited for coming out and saying that he's gay and why? I mean, we're celebrating that more than we're celebrating the single mom who takes care of their kids or the single dad who takes care of the kids, especially with the negative stereotype that it is when it comes to Black fathers. We're celebrating Bruce Jenner turning into a fucking woman, and Bruce Jenner can get Woman of the Year the very next year. That made no fucking sense to me. Even back in 2013, never did, still doesn't. So what is he saying that's wrong? I do not look at the Obamas the same way that I did back in 2012 and 2008. And I voted for him both times. I sure did. I voted for, and this, I'll be honest with you, this was before I paid really a lick of attention to politics. I voted for Obama both times, and I was just saying, he Black, I'm Black, and that's why. I'm just being real with you. But tell me anything that Marquette said that is disrespectful. And my son is sitting here mad than a motherfucker because he is getting fried, dyed, and laid to the side. I'm going to definitely run this one back because it deserves to be run back because he won't do nothing but preaching gospel. And the thing is, again, that's not hate speaking. That is not what he said is not promoting hate. It's reality. And the reality is people don't want to hear it. When it comes to the LGBTQ homosexuality thing, I'm like this, bro. My bad. I'm like this. Live and let live. My thing is, I don't like you trying to promote it to children. Now, if you were to directly ask me, do you support same-sex marriages? I would tell you, no, I don't. No, I wouldn't dance around the question. Now, if you wanted an explanation, I would simply say, yo, whatever their beliefs are, whatever they want to go on in their bedroom, that's their business. You know what I'm saying? You like it, I love it for you. My thing has been, but the problem is that way of living and that way of thinking is trying to be promoted to the youth. That's where I have the biggest attitude about it. Because if you ask me directly, do you support same-sex marriages? Do you support I would say straight up, no, I do not. I do not support it. I don't like it. But just because I don't like it is not going to stop somebody else from living what they believe is their truth. So me not liking it is not, they're like, okay, well, Brandon doesn't like same-sex marriages, so let me be straight. If that ain't in their heart, they're not going to stop. Doesn't mean that I have to agree with it. Doesn't mean that I have to applaud it, because I don't, especially, and what he hit the nail on the forehead is that when it comes to Black population, where we are being depopulated, what the fuck is a same-sex marriage going to do for making sure that we keep going? How is that going to help? I told y'all, and I be saying this in joking fun, but I'm dead ass serious. China's making robots to make babies. So let me run this back because it deserves to be run back. And to those, and I fucking stand on it. And to those who I know and love that disagree and don't like it, I don't love you any less. But this is what I believe, and I fucking stand on it. So when I say I have a problem with an LGBTQ club in my son's high school, I fucking mean it. Because even high schoolers' minds are immature minds. And when you mess with anything that has to do with youth, I have a fucking problem with it. Whether you like it, love it, lump it, hate it. That's my belief, and I fucking stand on it.
And that I'm above her. So being that I view myself above her, she views me above her, I don't expect her to engage me with an equal level of rationality and of decorum. So I would not engage her physically. However, if I'm dealing with a woman who says that she's an independent woman, she says she's a strong woman, she says she's the same as a man, she's not taking my leadership, we're equal partners. Now, me personally, if I have an issue with a woman at any level, she's gone. There's no need to even play games with it. I wouldn't lift a hand to her. It's not a good use of time. I send her packing. But let's just say in the scenario of an average guy and he's dealing with a woman on an equal basis. Well, if you might say something that would lead you to getting your eye blacked and the woman says the same thing and she believes she's equal, then she should get her eye blacked. And it's that simple. Unless you truly don't believe that they're equal. And there's a lot of lies about it's liberal, white woman, feminist ideology. And it's really not about being equal. What it really is about is actually matriarchy and domination. A quick question for you before I carry on. You use the term partner. This is a term that comes from the LGBTQ, the Skittle Guzzlers. Do you accept homosexuality?
Well, I don't have to accept homosexuality because I'm not a homosexual. So why would I have to accept?
Are you pro-homosexual? Are you an ally? Like, I'll give you three. Like, I just want to figure out where you're at with it. Are you an ally? Are you against it? Or are you neutral?
I don't have anything against somebody that's homosexual. That's their way of life. It's not my way.
Against, neutral, or pro? Or excuse me, I'm sorry, that was wrong. Against, neutral, or ally?
I'm for anyone loving who they love.
You said you're a man. I'm just asking you as a man, respectfully. I'm asking you to make it plain. You know, black folks, we say make it plain. So like, make it plain for me. You're against it, you're neutral, or you're an ally?
I am for people loving who they love.
You sound like a lawyer right now. Now, here's the thing. I'm from LA. I know you're from New York, right?
Yes, sir.
And one thing we could always respect about the two cities, always look at us as, you know, very influential groups of black people. But we always look at you guys as blunt and straightforward. And we like to think that we're very honest, especially if you come from the lumping class or the underclass or the criminal class. Now, in my neighborhood, you ask a nigga a question, he's just going to tell you flat out. Like, I feel like you're going Jesse Jackson on me right now, bro.
No, you feel like that I'm not giving you what you want to give me.
No, you're going Jesse Jackson. I just asked you, like, you from the Bronx. I just asked you, like, are you against it? Are you neutral, or are you an ally?
Once again, I'm going to say again, you don't get to explain to me how I answer a question. You ask me a question, and I said I'm for people loving who they love.
Okay, so you're okay with a grown man loving another grown man?
Being okay with if that grown man is okay with loving that grown man, that's his decision. That's not
okay. Got you. Understood. Now, so that's why I used the term partner earlier. So this kind of ideology that you believe in and that you're sharing, this is the ideology that's extraordinarily destructive to the black family in particular, and all families in general across all of the racial categories, racial and religious. Because number one, you're talking about independent women, and then you're talking about love. Families are not about love. They're about compatibility, business, moving forward, surviving and thriving. That's what it's actually about. And then when you talk about, you ask the older women, they weren't happy, they weren't in love. That's fine. Grandma had 9 kids, and it was very common that everybody's grandma and great grandma had 5 kids, 6 kids, 7 kids, 8 kids, 9 kids, 10 kids. Apparently, things were doing all right. You see, what you're describing is the unruly, disobedient nature of woman in general, but particularly a woman who's traumatized, particularly a woman who's unprotected. A woman should not be leading herself. And what has happened is that they've led themselves to destruction. They think that they're thinking clearly and making good decisions, and they're not. And we can see all of the outcomes as a result. And it's shown up in all of the bad things we've been seeing happen, particularly in the black community. Now, another thing that reeks of this white woman liberal ideology, you brought up Barack Obama, who, number one, is irrelevant to the conversation. Number two, he's not done a damn thing for black people. I find it offensive. Number three, as a foundational black American, he's not one of us. He doesn't have the same heritage. And number 4, he did more for the LGBTQ because he actually passed legislation and went to bat on their behalf. I find him to have been a stain for black people. Did I vote for him the first time around? Absolutely, because just like most of us, I was swept away. I was swept away with seeing my image reflected at a high level. And then I realized, oh, he's not like us. He's not like us. And many of us are lost. I am the souls of black folks. Black people have the highest level of religiosity in this country right here. And that's because black people are people of spirit and rhythm. And that's all of us around the whole planet Earth. We're deeply religious, spiritual people. And if you go to the continent of Africa, for the things that you said you're okay with, the LGBTQ stuff, there's capital punishment in many places. There's a death penalty because black people, that is against the souls of black folks. And you're a hip hop head. You may remember the time when hip hop was black, when hip hop was positive, when hip hop was political, and when hip hop embedded our culture. And you would hear people say things like no homo, or you finish battling somebody, especially in New York, and you would say, and I can't even say the word right now, that's all been ripped out of our culture by the liberal whites. What they did was they commercialized our culture. They put it on social media. They put it on Netflix. And then they told us who we are. Before, they used to observe us in our ghettos and then reflect our image in Hollywood. But now Hollywood tells us who we are, and then we follow it. And that's how you get a Lil Nas X. And that's how you get my son, the general, telling me he can't speak up straight like a man and say, I do not condone the abomination of a man laying down with another man, especially a black man, because that reduces our population. The black woman aborts more children than she gives birth to. Her birth rate is like 1.9. You need a birth rate of 2.1 for replacement and for growth. And we cannot have all these people, males laying with males and women laying with women and black women abort children because we are being reduced. You talk about reparations. You say the government owes us something. Maybe they do, but one thing I can promise you is they ain't giving you a damn thing. You ain't gonna get 40 acres. You ain't gonna get a mule. What I'm doing is I got Burton Plantation, 62 acres. We're giving out 2 acres, 30K. It's a hell of a deal. And building a cooperative community where we have farming and all of the things that you need for your children, including homeschool. But what I'm not about to do, I'm not about to wait for a government that I already know hates me. Because goddamn it, the government hates the white man too. He ain't doing a damn thing for the middle and lower class white man. Why in the hell would he do something for me? So I tell you this, logic. I asked you, what's more important, short term or long term? You said long term. Dig this. If we believe that the black man in America, the black family is owed something and we want to get it, you have to get it through force. That's how it was taken. It was taken by force. Malcolm X, one of your New York brothers, told you, you can't ask to get free. You got to take it. So if we want to be able to compete, we need population. We need education. We need religion. We need heterosexuality. We need unity, leadership, and patriarchy. The things that you're talking about being a partner and focusing on love and not having reproduction, those are all things that destroy us. And that's what's happening right now. There will be no reparations. We have to build up our population and take the reparations by any means necessary.
Hey, now, that was a fucking drop the mic moment, bruh. And I saw my son look up at somebody and shake his head. No, I hope that was somebody saying, "Hey man, you just want to wrap it up. You just want to go." He frying your ass. He frying your ass. Then look at your comments. He frying your ass. That was a drop the mic moment, real shit. And I love my chat so much. The only thing I just wish my chat would do more is just comment when I'm talking about real shit. You can agree to disagree. I'm not going to scold you or talk down on you because your opinion is your opinion. My opinion is my opinion. I love you regardless. You know me. I love everybody. But that was a drop the mic moment. Boy, I don't even want to hear my son talk anymore.
So a lot of what you said, I agree with.
There he go. There he go. Like, God damn it. I don't want it, but like a lot of what you're saying, I agree with. A lot of what you're saying, I agree with. Like real talk. And I don't want to be disrespectful, but be honest with you. When he's talking, this is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm hearing.
Playing, nigga. Say another motherfucking word and this shit is over. And I ain't playing, nigga.
Serious. Come on, is this what New York niggas is like now? On some weak ass shit.
A lot of what you said is false, in my opinion. Right? First of all, I don't have a white liberal mentality. White women, I've probably been around 1 or 2 white women my whole life.
Say another motherfucking word and this shit is
the men
over.
that they were around. I've been around strong black women who were smarter. My grandmother was smarter than most men I've ever seen. She was stronger than most men I've ever seen, and my grandfather was stronger than her. But he never put his hands on her. He never put his hands on her.
There you go again.
He never put his hands on her. He was a man.
I mean,
he was
bruh.
a strong adult man, and he never felt like he had to.
You see my man sitting here laughing. There he goes again. That's his only defense mechanism. Is talk about domestic abuse, bruh. This is his only defense mechanism. Why every time he starts talking about a relationship, he's got a marriage, a relationship in the black community, the first place he goes is domestic violence. That lets you know the type of people that he grew up with. I mean, my goodness. It makes no, like, first thing he said was he had to put his hands on her. Nobody said that shit. This is what I'm hearing.
Shut the fuck, shut. Did I say, no? Oh, shit. Say it again. Say something else. Oh, say something else. Say something else, nigga.
Every time, bro. I'm just saying, bro. Every time he says something, man, like, bro, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but he's a one-trick pony.
He's smarter than the men that they were around. I've been around strong black women who were smarter. My grandmother was smarter than most men I've ever seen. She was stronger than most men I've ever seen, and my grandfather was stronger than her. But he never put his hands on her. He never put his hands on her, and she talked crazy, and he never put his hands on her. He was a man. He was a strong adult man, and he never felt like he had to overpower her or take or diminish her power for him to be great. I don't feel like I have to diminish any woman's power around me. I'm around strong, intelligent, beautiful, smart black women every day of my life. The most powerful black women in this country every day of my life. And I don't mind following them in certain situations. They follow me in certain situations because they know I'm strong enough to lead. And any leader is strong enough to follow. And if you think that you have to lead in every situation, then you've never really been a leader. And that is what you call a weak man's mentality. And it's a weak man mentality. It's not a white woman liberal. It's a weak man's mentality to believe that every room he's in and every time he's around a woman that he has to be in some position of power. No, I've been around women, like I said, who are stronger, who are doing more, who are more educated, who are more or more artistic, who are more theological, who lead better, who are organized better. I've been around those women in my life, so I understand what that is. So when we talk about women, I understand that from my perspective, not from the white woman's perspective. When we talk about homosexuality, I've never seen a homosexual stop being a homosexual because I didn't like it.
I agree with that. I agree with that. You know, you whether you for it or against it, a homosexual ain't gonna stop being gay just because you don't want him to. But I'm gonna say, I went to his page yesterday in regards to this interview and left a comment on the video, and he directly responded back to me. And I think what I said to him was spot on. I'll leave it at that. And it ended with, "You sounded compromised."
Right? I was a 20 and 19-year-old person. My father was so anti-homosexual that he used to beat homosexuals up. I grew up until I was a grown man. I started having conversations with homosexuals and realizing that the same way that I loved women and the same ideology, some of them was crying because they wish they weren't homosexual. Right? Understanding that they believe that this is who they are. I had a different understanding. I don't have to agree with someone else's lifestyle, but I don't have to impose upon it. And because you kill and you make a law that says homosexuality is forbidden, it's not going to stop people from being homosexuals.
Well, okay. You know, what Marquette asked my son was a pretty yes/no question. Are you for or against homosexual relationships? You can say no and not impose on another person's lifestyle because, as he just said, he's never met a gay person that stopped being gay just because he didn't like it. So, and I will never disrespect a person, homosexual person. But it doesn't mean, but if they ask me directly, do you agree with my lifestyle? I would say no. You know, I would say no. I don't hate you. I don't love you any less. I don't agree with your lifestyle. And I can stand on that. And I always said my main thing was spreading that shit to children. Spreading heterosexual shit to children gets on my nerves because they're children. Okay. This is an emotional nigga right here.
Because you don't call a person trans, they're not going to stop being trans because you don't like it. So what you should do is build your tribe, raise your kings to be kings, teach them what manhood looks like, and raise them in your own image instead of worrying about what somebody else is doing. I don't have to kill you or impose upon your ideology or your life or your culture for me to be strong because I'm a king in real life. So when people see me, they gravitate to me because I lead. I can go into the most dangerous communities in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Chicago, anywhere, and be treated like a man. I make people put their guns down because I move like a king, and that's what power is. So the ideology that you think that we have to impose upon people who are weaker than us, who have different ideologies than us, is not manhood at all to me. I think what's weak in our community and what women stop having respect for men is because they see men think that you got to rule because you're more physically stronger than them. Men are not all men are not mentally stronger than women. Women have have dealt with more pain and been through more shit. My mother went through more shit than I've ever seen any man go through. So you're not going to tell me that men are just all the way stronger than women. That's not true. Physically, yes. And most of these weak men who don't have nothing else to provide but strength want to physically impose themselves upon women. And that's not manhood to me. So I always stand up against that. So yes, we have different ideologies. I do believe the black family should be led by men, but it has to be led by men and not males. Just your physical anatomy does not make you a man. Because you can put your hands or physically do something to me doesn't make that you're stronger than me or you have some level of hierarchy over to me. When you want to be a man, lead with your mind, right? Because if you look at the strongest people in the world, Hitler was 5'3".
Oh no, he
didn't. Look at people who had people that followed them, they led with their mind.
Oh my God, no, he didn't. Wow. You see what an emotional nigga do? You said I'm gonna start calling him Mr. Hit him. You see what an emotional nigga do? This nigga just said Hitler and great leader in the same sentence. Oh my God. You know what? See, my son was looking at his comments that are right below him. And if you read them comments, these are people on his channel calling him a sucker. Literally, a sucker. And you gonna say Hitler? Nigga, man, the fuck? Where is it? Where is it?
What the fuck? Shut up! Did I say no? Oh shit! Say it again. Say something else. Oh, say something else. Say something else, nigga.
Oh my God! You said Hitler?
You must be out of your goddamn mind. You must be out of your goddamn mind.
I mean, what? They should have stopped the fight. They should have stopped it.
So I understand that the strongest tool on a man is his mind. And a woman will submit to a man who has a mind. I don't have to hit a woman to make her do what I want her to do. I don't have to impose my will on my woman to do. And if you in a relationship.
If you think because you got locked up that make you more tough, this is a pure example. I need to write something else to this damn comment since he responded directly back to me. Bro, who's paying you, nigga?
And if you're in a marriage with a woman, so since you don't like the term partner, if you're in a marriage with a woman and you can't get her to submit to you because you are strong mentally and she believes in you, then you're in the wrong relationship and you should find you another relationship. You should not stay there. You should not impose your will upon that woman. You should not threaten that woman. You should not have to do all of that shit. Your kids are supposed to follow you because they see strength in you.
Why does every time he talk about strength and marriage in a black relationship, he goes to domestic violence? My son, the general, it's your neighborhood friend, even though I don't live in New York, Brandon Bravon Town speaking to you. Just because a marriage doesn't work doesn't mean that somebody tried to physically impose or hit anybody. Why is that your only method of thinking? You need to stop lumping yourself and us black people in that same equation, sir, because you sound not very intelligent. And I believe you to be an intelligent person, but you're not speaking intelligently in this conversation. My God. My God.
When you are a strong person, people see strength in you. You don't have to impose anything. And that's why we're in a system with an oligarchy and a fascist who thinks that because he imposes his will upon somebody and say, you can't be that and you can't do that. And this is what this, and that's why the world is rejecting it. This ideology that you have, the world is rejected. So you can keep on going with it if you want to, but the majority of the world is rejected it. If we want to talk about building up black families, we have to build black unities in respect. And
if you read his comments that are literally right over here, you're seeing feminists. This brother's compromised clearly.
In partnership, and identifying the strength in women, finding you a partner who is equally yoked with you. When you find,
for starter, whoa. He said, find a partner. Look at Marquette face. I don't want to find a woman who's equally yoked with me. I don't want to find a woman who what? Find a woman who's equally yoked with you. So that means you want to find a woman who could bust your ass. No. And for starters, when a man and a woman is in a relationship, they don't identify as partners. They identify as husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, man, woman. Bro, I'm gonna pray for this compromise, nigga.
A woman that you can look in her eyes and she sees the strength in you. You know, the movie I like 300, right? I like 300 because that man used to go to he was the king, but he looked at his wife and everybody knows who he was the strongest person there. But he looked at her, she gave him the head nod, and he respected her, and she respected him, and she was willing to die for him. So this is what a family unit looks like to me. I don't know what y'all look. I don't want to be in no family where it's just a business, and you doing what the fuck excuse my language. I apologize.
No, don't stop now, nigga.
And you're doing what I say because you're physically scared of me. Or I have to impose rules upon you that goes against your moral compass for you to be with me. So if that's the type of society that you think we need for Black people to win, I don't want to be in that society. I want to be in society where people are here because they want to be here. I don't want you to be in my community around me out of fear. I don't want that. And the real kings and people who really led that I follow, they didn't need that. So, you know, that's what you believe is going to bring Black unity back and Black community back and Black foundation and family back. We just have two totally different ideologies, and I respect yours, but I'm standing with mine.
Marquette saying that he sounds like a liberal white woman, that's disrespectful. It is. But if the goddamn shoe fits.
Again, I want everyone to note that my son again has suggested that I've promoted laying your hands on women. I've never done that my entire life. And I also, you're interrupting me at this time, sir, if I might complete a sentence. I've never done that in my entire life. I've never promoted it. I've had no experience with that. And this is how we know for sure that you're representing the white woman liberal ideology, because the main thing that you hear them talking
is this, right? Because
may I complete a sentence?
We said about respect, right? So stop equating me with anything that has to do with a white woman,
bro.
Right?
What's their ideology? You see, it's their ideology.
I would take a liberal ideology, but don't equate nothing that.
No, they're the ones. We're in a matriarchy.
Once again, I've explained to you that I've never been around white women, so I don't have a white woman.
You don't have to. Even if you're around Black women, even if you're around Black women, you're still around liberal white woman ideology. That's what you're not catching up with. Black women today are the result of liberal.
My mother hated all.
You keep on speaking while I'm talking.
Because what you're doing.
I didn't interrupt.
Bro, you saying that your mother hated all white women. I mean, for one, I wouldn't say that out loud. For one, especially talking the way you talk, because you sound just like a fucking feminist. So I wouldn't say anything about my mother hated all white women. I would just leave that out the equation. But the ideology that women pick up, he's not incorrect. He ain't incorrect. Again, if the shoe fits.
You like this?
But you're not interrupting me.
I didn't interrupt you like this.
You're saying things that we already started.
I didn't interrupt you like this. You were positioning me as a woman beater, and I didn't even interrupt you.
You said something.
You positioned me like I'm Ike Turner, and I let you keep going.
I didn't say you. I said the ideology that I didn't say that you ever put your hands on this.
I never said that's my ideology. You can go to thesassin.com, THESASN.com, and click what is Marquettism, and you won't see one thing about laying a hand on a woman. So that's not my ideology.
You said that in this conversation. You just said if a woman speaking to you like a man and she feels like she's equal, then I will punch you in the face. You said I would black your eye.
I did not say that.
You said if
you're incorrect.
Certain things,
and this is again, you find this with the Democrats. This is mudslinging.
You didn't say that?
This is mudslinging.
So
is
that
what
was
this
the
is.
terminology.
This is mudslinging.
So explain to me what you said then.
So you have to calm down and remember the fact that I had the floor. So you don't interrupt me and then start asking me questions while I'm talking. So first you interrupted. You said you were clarifying something, and then you went. I've not tried to disrespect you. I've not tried to disrespect
you. That it was disrespectful.
No,
now,
you're letting me know that you're offended by it, and that's fine. Sometimes we'll get offended. I'm offended by the fact that you are suggesting that I promote the idea of laying a hand on a woman when I've never done anything of the sort. Oppositely, I recommend people to leave the woman if it ever comes to anything like that.
That's great.
So yeah, I find that offensive, but not so offensive that I become emotional like a woman and then start
Oh,
interrupting.
shit.
There have been times that you were
shit.
talking and I said, may I ask you
you
this?
see
Or
what I mean?
may
You're going back to the same thing. And this is what I'm saying. We
Why do you
can't have
keep
a
interrupting?
because you're saying I'm being emotional like a woman. And I'm telling you, I'm explaining to you this. So that because we can stop the conversation. If you don't think that you can move forward without comparing me to a woman, then we can stop.
No, I'm telling you that we're all in a matriarchy right now. We're in a matriarchy, which is a female-led society. And in a female-led society, women control the culture and the ideology. And what I'm expressing to you is that I believe you are victim of that ideology and that the ideas you're sharing with me reek of that ideology. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. The male versus the female, we have a different nature. For example, females tend to be ones who want to bring people together. They're more accepting and they're all about equality. Conversely, the quintessential male personality and psyche is more about hierarchy and inequality and establishing dominance.
Well, who said that?
This is psychology. We can read all of the basics in psychology. There are traits that are typical of the human female and the human male. For example, being neurotic. That's more of a female trait. Being dominant, that's more of a male trait. There's even a book written by a woman. And for those of you who would like to check out the book, you can find it on amazon.com/shop/The Saint, the Sinner. And it's written by a woman. And it talks about how women in corporate can fit into male culture because male culture used to dominate in corporate, and that's changing. And when you look at HR, it's mostly women. Why? Because that's a perfect job for women because women have different wiring than men. And just the fact that you're questioning me on the differences between the male and the female, this is gender feminist ideology suggesting that we're the same. We're not the same. Now you ask, why am I suggesting that you have feminist mentality? It's because earlier you went out of your way to describe, I know so many women are strong and, my grandmother was stronger than so-and-so. And the guy from 300, King Leonidas, couldn't make a call without looking at his wife. And you've gone to great lengths to explain that the woman has to lead at some point. And what I'm telling you is the good news for you is that what you believe in is dominant right now. It's dominating right now throughout the Western civilization. And that is why Western civilization is in decline. So I'm going to get back to my earlier points before I was interrupted. And again, I want everyone to know, for those of you guys watching, I want you guys to know, to be honest with you, if I saw the gentleman in real life, I probably wouldn't have this conversation. I'm having this conversation where we're kind of splitting apart ideas. But if I had this, saw the brother in real life, I probably want to sit for a meal or hear what he has going on or go check out his organizations, things like that. I wouldn't debate him. I'd more so be interested in where do we intersect and how can we do some work together? I just want everyone to know that for the record. And furthermore, I want people to know that I wouldn't disrespect him to his face, because I do respect him. So for everyone watching it, I don't think that, he's someone to be disrespected, and I don't intend to disrespect him. He may feel disrespected, but I don't have any intention of that. I have respect, but I have very strong disagreements. Now, if there was a revolution popped up, hell yeah, I'm gonna have to run you through with a spear, you dig? But as it stands, we just disagree and we're pulling apart our ideas. And again, I truly believe that we are in a matriarchy, and the ideas that you're sharing are liberal white woman ideas. And I'll justify it right now. And it's not to put you down. It's just to explain that that's where your ideas come from, as do the ideas of most black women. Here's the examples. Liberal white woman. If I asked a liberal white woman, now, unlike you, I've been around a lot of liberal white women. I graduated from the University of California, Berkeley. It was filled with them. They nasty too. But anyways, if you said liberal white woman, are you for Barack Obama or against Barack Obama? They'd be like, I'm for him. Okay, boom, that's liberal white woman. Liberal white woman, are you for the independent woman or are you against the independent woman? She'd be like, I'm for the independent woman. That's liberal white woman. You also said live and let live with regards to the LGBTQ. I'd say liberal white woman, are you for the live and let live, or do you believe that there should be order, rules, and rules? She'd say, no, live and let live. Okay, That's liberal white woman. You also talked about female empowerment, namely the woman getting independent of the man using SNAP as instrumentality for such. Liberal white woman, do you agree that the woman should be able to get independent of the man and use SNAP benefits to get out from under him? Yes, she'd say yes. All of the things that, and then liberal white woman, do you use the term partner, or do you think that that term destroys the foundations of natural relations, such as the term boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife? Do you use partner instead? She said, yes, I use partner instead. Those are all liberal white woman things that came from the liberal white woman thought factory and that are now coming out of your mouth. And one thing I know for damn sure, and I ain't even got to ask you the question to this, because I know the answer. You wouldn't have talked like this 15 years ago, 20 years ago. This is all new language, and damn sure being a black man from the real part of New York, to talk like this. And for damn sure in our culture, in black culture, before we were victim of whites tearing it out of us and forcing into us what they want us to believe, liberal whites. There's no way in hell if I said, are you against, are you neutral, or are you an ally of the Skittle Guzzlers? You would have did any tap dancing. You'd be like, hell nah. Why? Because that's what your mother believed. That's what your father believed. That's what your grandparents believed. And that's what we all believe until that was torn out of us. That is not natural to the black people. That is liberal white woman ideology. And I know it because I've lived in Baltimore. I've lived in Chicago. I've lived in Los Angeles. I've lived in San Francisco. I know the souls of black folks, and that is not us. That is liberal white woman written all over it. And so all the things that I named, 5 separate points that you espouse, that a liberal white woman agree with 100%. That's why I say that's where your ideology comes from. I yield the floor.
My ideology comes from lived experience. I'll be 50 years old on May 16th, right? And I pretty much traveled all over the world. I've been in every scenario that you can name. I've been in prison. I've been in college. I've been in the hood. I've been in the White House. I've been in every boardroom.
Damn, you been in the White House?
Yeah, I've been.
Would you mind telling us about that?
Well, I didn't go to the White House. They blocked me out. I was invited to the White House, but they wouldn't let me because of
I ain't even got an invite, bro. They ain't even invited me. You heard me?
I got invited to the off the list because of the work that we're doing in the community for anti-violence.
My nigga, you're almost 50 years old and you sound like a liberal white woman. You had to back up that White House statement real quick. I was just getting ready to say, hey, you're a convicted felon. He got in the White House. I had to back that up. But just getting an invite for your organization, that is something to definitely be proud of. But my nigga, you about to be 50 years old sounding like a liberal white woman. Straight up.
Well, you better than me because they damn sure ain't invited me. I don't think I'm going to get an invite, but I just want to give you your respect on that because it's very prestigious. Carry on.
Yeah, so, I've been pretty much around the world and I've learned, right? So when they say as a boy, you think as a boy, but as a man, you think as a man. So what happened for me is that I started to learn different things, right? So I grew up, like you said, in the communities where we thought certain things, where we outcasted the gay person, we outcasted the people that weren't like us. We felt like we were dominant over women, right? And then I started to watch women make decisions that made more sense than the men that were supposed to be in control. I started to watch women actually, when we look at our communities and black men are in jail.
You see these comments? You see these comments. No one cares your ideas are liberal and feminist. These is from black people.
And they're leaving the women out here, the women at home taking care of the kids, and the so-called leader, because of his emotions, because somebody stepped on his shoe, was shooting a dude. And his wife said, what are you doing?
Hey, yo. Hey, Marquette, a cold motherfucker, man. These comments that are popping up, you control that. The user controls that. Saint got him caught in a lie on some genuine shit. This debate over.
Why would you go out there and shoot him? Right? The woman was smart enough to know that was the dumbest thing in the world. We weren't able to do that. So I started watching women make decisions that were beneficial to the family and to the community. And I started to listen to women and started to see that my life was moving better than I was listening to overly emotional men who thought that their ego meant they had some level of power. So I understand that there was a balance, right? So I understand that I needed a woman who had the intellect and the foresight and the emotional intelligence to tell me that my ego should not.
Yo, so now you got shady comments coming from this side and your own side. Bro, you should have tapped out.
To perceive my intelligence. So that's what became a partner for me, because she possessed things that I needed for me to be great. And I possessed things that amplified her to grow to where she was. So it was a partnership. It was no hierarchy for me. So those are things that I learned. I also learned being around gay people. When I was so anti-gay, I never even talked to gay. When you start having conversations with gay people and start understanding they're actually human beings. So
where were you talking to these people at?
I was in prison with gay people, right? I was in the street with gay people.
But you don't really not supposed to hang out with the punks like that. Like, where
you don't have to hang with the punks, because most of the punks in jail are more thorough than the dudes that's not.
No, the punks. No, I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. But what I'm asking you is like,
I'm explaining it to you. So when you're in the yard and you watch somebody come up and disrespect the punk,
at Marquette, don't interrupt him. I understand it was a question. Don't interrupt.
And the punk punch him in his face and beat him up like a man and have a conversation. You like, oh, this, and you having a conversation. You're like, yo, listen, bro, I didn't choose how I am. This is who I am. If I could like women, I would love to like women. I just don't like women. The same way that you feel about a woman, I feel about a man. And just imagine if they made a law right now that said that you can't be a heterosexual man, and every heterosexual man gonna die. It's gonna stop you from wanting to have sex with a woman. Is it going to change anything about
Are you asking me rhetorically, or would you like me to answer the question?
I want you to answer that question. And I want you to go into, I just want you to answer that question.
I will answer that question. I will go straight to jail because I was born heterosexual. Conversely,
and that's it.
Homosexuals are not born gay.
But see,
that part, that's the part that people have such a struggle with. That's the part that people a lot of the times don't want to accept, that I ain't never heard of a disease or a cellular molecule gene infrastructure that makes a person choose to be a homosexual. That's just me. That's just me.
There's a study from the Johns Hopkins University says that there's no genetic evidence, so they're lying.
Okay, so if that's what they're lying, but I know people who have committed suicide because they was gay. So
that's because they were mentally ill.
Okay, so whatever.
They're mentally ill.
So they're born mentally, whatever it is. If you're born mentally ill, then you're born gay. If you're born
Whoa, DJ.
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
Did he just say that if you were born mentally ill, you were born gay? Wait a minute. I ain't the only person who caught that.
I just want you to answer that question.
I will answer that question. I will go straight to jail because I was born heterosexual. Conversely, homosexuals are not born gay.
But see,
there's a study from the Johns Hopkins University says that there's no genetic evidence, so they're lying.
Okay, so if that's what they're lying, but I know people who have committed suicide because they was gay. So
that's because they were mentally ill.
Okay, so whatever.
They're mentally ill.
So they're born mentally, whatever it is. If you're born mentally ill, then you're born gay. If you
wait. He said if you were born mentally ill, you were born gay.
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
Stop. Oh shit, this shit literally got me fucking over here crying, laughing. That is the first time I have ever heard that. If you're born mentally ill, you were born gay.
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
Oh shit. Oh, let me go back to that one more time. This nigga here that if you
a woman, I feel about a man. And just imagine if they made a law.
Hold on.
They're lying.
Okay, so if that's what they're lying, but I know people who have committed suicide because they was gay. So
that's because they were mentally ill.
Okay, so whatever.
They're mentally ill.
So they're born mentally, whatever it is. If you're born mentally ill, then you're born gay. If you're born mentally ill,
you're not born mentally ill. I didn't say that.
Okay, so
I can't let that part go. I've never heard that before in my life. This man just said if you were born mentally ill, then you were born gay. And I'm not laughing at anybody who was born mentally ill. I'm just laughing at what he said. Because I ain't never heard no shit like that before.
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
Oh, I keep playing it because I can't believe he just said that with a straight face. If you were born mentally ill, you were born gay. What?
If you were born mentally ill,
No, they're not born mentally ill. I didn't say that.
Okay, so I'm trying to explain to you.
Wait a minute.
I just want you to answer that question.
I will answer that question. I will go straight to jail because I was born heterosexual. Conversely,
and that's it.
homosexuals are not born gay.
But see, that's
there's a
what-
study from the Johns Hopkins University says that there's no genetic evidence. So they're lying.
Okay, so if that's what they're lying, but I know people who have committed suicide because they was gay. So
That's because they were mentally ill.
Okay, so whatever.
They're mentally ill.
So they're born mentally, whatever it is. If you're born mentally ill, then you're born gay. If you're born mentally ill, you're
No, they're
born
not
with
born
a
mentally ill. I didn't say that.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you, this is me and you are having a conversation from a perspective that neither one of us can speak because neither one of us.
No, I can't speak about it because the data indicates that there's no genetics, meaning they weren't born that way. They're 3 times more likely that they were abused as a minor sexually. That's what the data says. Why don't you respect the data?
It's not that I don't respect the data. I just don't all the way respect the data.
Okay, hold on. I gotta say it one more time. This man said if you were born mentally ill, that means you was born gay.
They're lying.
Okay, so if that's what they're lying, but I know people who have committed suicide because they was gay. So
that's because they were mentally ill.
Okay, so whatever.
They're mentally ill.
So they're born mentally, whatever it is. If you're born mentally ill, then you're born gay. If you're born mentally ill, if you're born with a
mentally ill. I didn't say that.
Okay, so I'm trying to explain to you. Me and you are having a conversation from a perspective that neither one of us can speak about because neither one of us.
No, I can't speak about it because the data.
Because you took
data indicates that there's no genetics, meaning they weren't born that way.
They had data.
They're 3 times more likely that they were abused as a minor.
That's
what the data says. Why don't you respect the data?
It's not that I don't respect the data. I just don't all the way respect the data because there was data that said that our brains were smaller than everybody. The
data proves that because we have the largest brains on Earth, Southern Africa.
So, but they said that data said that we were naturally inferior to everybody. We didn't have the intelligence. Everybody. They had data to prove it. They had data throughout history. They had data that proved that we were 3/5 of a man. So I'm just trying to say.
Wait a minute.
There was data.
Wait a minute. There was never no goddamn data that showed that we was 3/5 of a man. That was just a dumbass white man's fucking opinion. Are you serious? So exactly, Hampton. So we just saying anything now. He sounds like I'm sorry. I've been trying to be respectful with Brody because there are some things that he says that I do agree with, but that he just sounds fucking retarded there. There's data that shows that we were 3/5 of a man. There was no goddamn data. That was some dumbass white man's stupid ass opinion. Cut it out, my son.
Man, but why defend the Skittle guzzlers? Like this is against our. This is against our population growing.
All I want you to understand is I'm not gay, and you're not gay.
Wait, you've never had any sexual experience contact with a male?
Never, ever in my life. So what I'm trying to explain to you is
okay. Then why are you defending it so hard?
Because what I'm trying to explain to you is that when you are humanitarian and you understand that each human has his own individual, right? I'm staying on my individual. I want everyone to be the full version of them. And if 2 men love each other, that's their thing. I don't care about what that man wants to do with his penis. I love women. There's nothing that I could ever see that would make me attracted to a man ever in my life. So there's no reason.
What about, is there something that your son could see? Like your 2-year-old son could see that might influence him in an unfortunate way? You feel okay if your 2-year-old son is seeing this?
I don't feel okay. That's why I'm raising my son. I don't have a 2-year-old son. I have an 11-year-old son, a 14-year-old son,
I understand,
a 27-year-old son, and I've raised my son as men, right? So that's not a thing that I'm worried about because I've raised them in the tradition of manhood. And if for some reason that's not what they grow up to be, then that's what they've done. It's not my situation. I'm still a heterosexual man and gonna always be a.
I'm just
listen.
tripping.
So you're tripping because there's.
No, I'm tripping because you said you were like indifferent, but you're really an ally. Like you're a promoter of that stuff. That's crazy. Like you're going hard for them right now. Like that hurts me.
So
that hurts me.
You giving me the thing is that you had a conversation, right? And you made all of these things, and you said, you're saying this because of this, and you're doing white women, and I'm explaining to you why I don't have any white woman ideology. I'm explaining to you why I have lived life experience, right? And when you have lived life experience and you have conversations you're around people of different ethnicities, different sexualities, and you actually listen and you learn because you're intellectual and you actually want to learn from somebody, then you learn something different. I don't have to agree with someone's lifestyle for that to be their lifestyle. And that's the conclusion I came to. I came to the conclusion that me agreeing with your lifestyle does not make it not your lifestyle. It doesn't change who you are. So that's what I came to the conclusion as. I'm a heterosexual man. I surround myself by heterosexual men. I'm in the circumference of heterosexual men. I'm raising my.
I agree with what he just said. Okay. Because again, I love everybody. But if you ask me a direct question of do I agree with homosexuality, I'm not going to tap dance around it like this man is doing right here. I'm going to say straight up, no, I don't. But that doesn't mean that you're going to stop being, you're going to stop living that lifestyle. That's your choice. But I would be vehement. I would be very blunt in my answer. No, I don't agree with it. And what I don't agree with the most is trying to persuade children that information. Not tap in and say, well, everybody.
Children in transition of heterosexual men. I have 3 sons. I'm raising them to be heterosexual men. But I cannot tell somebody else what to do with their life. So when you have this conversation saying, well, you wouldn't have said this 20 or 30 years ago. No, because I didn't have the lived experience and I was only going off somebody. Listen. I was going off somebody else's perspective, right? And most people's perspective, and the people I was going on their perspective never left the Bronx. They never was in proximity of anybody else outside. They never even had a conversation with a gay person. So they didn't have an understanding.
That's probably better for them.
I mean, maybe it is. If that's your perspective. Cool, you don't want to me personally, I want to learn from everything. I want to understand. I want to listen to you. I want you to give me your perspectives. Because if I have your perspective, then I can give an educated prognosis of what actually I'm dealing with. If you feel like you don't want to do it, it's cool. I don't have to. But I understand the reality that we're dealing with. So what I'm saying is my ideology and the things that I believe are off my own lived experience. Nobody has ever taught me. I don't have no white woman. None of the women, no woman in my house even liked white women. My grandmother hated white women. My mother hated white women. So they didn't share the ideology of the white woman. They were anti everything. So when you come with that, it's so confusing to me, and I take it as a form of disrespect to me because there's nothing in close proximity to me that even equates to white women liberal. There's nothing in close proximity. I've learned, right? I'm probably one of the most educated people in my family because I've learned and I've experienced things that the average person did. And we'd have different ideologies today. Me and my brothers may have a different opinion about certain things, but my opinion is based off my own personal experience. So please stop equating any opinion that I have or thought process I have with anything that has to do with a white liberal woman. Because once again, I don't have anything to do with a white liberal woman, and it's disrespectful.
I understand why there is confusion because what I'm saying is novel. It's an idea that very few people have heard. I say that Black women are liberal white women, and there are many other demographics that are liberal white women. And when I say this, it's the first time people have heard it, so I have to unpack it. And so I get that it's just shocking because it's the first time you've heard it. But what you describe as your education and your experience is often, it's not education, it's indoctrination. And so when you leave your community, village, your tribe, your culture, and then sometimes you move up a little bit socioeconomically, the whites start to groom you into different ways of thinking and being, the liberal whites, because they're the ones who want to go in your midst. Conservative whites are outright racist. Many of them, they don't even want to be around you. But the liberal whites will get around you, and then they'll try to turn you from a black person into a liberal white woman. And it happened without you even knowing. For example, I think it's peculiar that we have such little respect for ourselves that we think when we leave from around where we grew up, from the Bronx, from Los Angeles, from Compton, from Chicago, and we get around all these liberal white folks, now we figured out the world. Now we can see, now we understand. No. Now you've been exposed to great levels of filth and indecency and degeneracy. So what's
different cultures?
What I would like to say, as one who has been exposed to many cultures,
inside,
and I didn't talk while you were talking again, sir. I did not talk while you were talking.
Mad as a bitch, bro.
I understand what you're saying, and I have the good fortune that I too have been around many cultures. I filled up 4 passport books. I've been to more countries than anyone I know, and maybe more than most of the people you know, including the politicians. And I probably know a lot of the politicians that you know. You know, I know your mayor, Bloomberg, who was mayor for some time, billionaire. I know a lot of the folks you know, ones who have run for president and failed. That's how I know they're wicked. So when we talk about going around the world and getting cultured, well, let me talk about the world. If you travel through the 54 countries of Africa, that's a hell of a lot of countries. You could fit America, the continent, North America. You could fit Europe and China in the continent of Africa. That's a lot of countries. And overwhelmingly, they say that to live that lifestyle is filthy and unacceptable. You go through the Middle East, which is rising up rapidly. UAE and Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Oman, they all agree that kind of behavior is destructive for the public morality. You go to Singapore. The architect of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, says, oh, this doesn't seem like a good idea. He's a pretty smart guy. You go to China, they have entire policies against what they call the lady boys, the effeminate males, and they try to push off the culture that has been popularized by those South Korean pop singer bands where the guys look like girls. And that all started with an Asian immigrant in America who was very wealthy and used to fund these people and make them look like females or children, young boys, because he was a pederast. Now, here's the funny thing. There's only one place you can go on the planet Earth. There's only one group of countries you can go to on the planet Earth where they tell you that a man laying with a man, oh, let it go. Woman laying with a woman, live and let live. That would be Western Europe, not even Eastern Europe, Western Europe, where the people are loose and slack and sick. They're perverts. That's a Western European sickness that you have caught as a Black African or as a Black human.
Look out, look at his face. Look how mad he is. If you guys could see these comments that's coming on his feed, man, that's why he's so damn mad. Because whatever following he thought he had, shit.
That's not our culture. That's not the culture of the red man. That's not the culture of the Arab. That's not the culture of the Black. That's the culture of the liberal Western white person. Again, you're interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. This is time number 5. And I always warn the audience when that truth start getting out, that's when they start interrupting.
That is true. Again, you're telling me what I've been infected with.
I know what you've been infected with because what you tried to say, one second, what you tried to say is that once one gets experience and they get exposed to different peoples and different cultures, then all of a sudden they think that it's okay for a man to go up another man's backside. As long as it's not bothering anybody. And I just told you that I've been to more countries than I can name. I've lived in foreign countries. I've opened businesses in foreign countries. I have more experience than most of the politicians you probably are getting paid by.
Oh.
I know the world. No one can lie to me about this world. I've been through it. So with that being the case, it's not experience that opens you up to filth. Now, here's my problem with what you said earlier. This is why it's so problematic. When you try to tell me accept what they say and accept what they do, because like you, they were born this way. And then I tell you, I have a master's degree from the Johns Hopkins University, which is the foremost institution in medicine and science on the whole planet Earth. And Johns Hopkins put out a study that is peer reviewed, and it points out two major findings. Number one, there is no gay gene whatsoever. So it's not genetic. They weren't born that way. And then number two, it says that the overwhelming majority of these people have been abused as minors sexually.
Okay.
3 times the rate. And in addition, you had mentioned one of them offing themselves. I think it's tragic. It's utterly tragic. But the reason that they take their lives is because they're mentally unwell. The worst thing you can do with someone who is sick is pretend as though they're not sick. Then the sickness eats them till there's nothing left. So what I propose to do is stop lying to them and telling them that they're okay and that it's normal. Tell them the truth. Tell them that they're sick and see if we can find a solution so they don't continue hurting themselves. Marquette, what's the data on that? Yet another study from Johns Hopkins. And there's anecdotal stuff too. But check this out. The data indicates that those who are post-op, those who say that they're transgender, born in the wrong body. I always felt this way my whole life since I was a kid, born in the wrong body. After they get the surgery to mutilate their bodies, you have a higher rate of them taking their life. Now, why do you have that? Because now they're in the correct body.
He cooking. He cooking. He is cooking. Another mic drop moment. Stop the fight. I'm going to run it back.
Tell me, accept what they say and is that once one gets experience and they get exposed to different peoples and different cultures, then all of a sudden they think that it's okay for a man to go up another man's backside. As long as it's not bothering anybody. And I just told you that I've been to more countries than I can name. I've lived in foreign countries. I've opened businesses in foreign countries. I have more experience than most of the politicians you probably are getting paid by. I know the world. No one can lie to me about this world. I've been through it. So with that being the case, it's not experience that opens you up to filth. Now, here's my problem with what you said earlier. This is why it's so problematic. When you try to tell me accept what they say and accept what they do, because like you, they were born this way. And then I tell you, I have a master's degree from the Johns Hopkins University, which is the foremost institution in medicine and science on the whole planet Earth. And Johns Hopkins put out a study that is peer-reviewed, and it points out two major findings. Number one, there is no gay gene whatsoever. So it's not genetic. They weren't born that way. And then number two, it says that the overwhelming majority of these people have been abused as minors sexually. 3 times the rate. And in addition, you had mentioned one of them offing themselves. I think it's tragic. It's utterly tragic. But the reason that they take their lives is because they're mentally unwell. The worst thing you can do with someone who is sick is pretend as though they're not sick. Then the sickness eats them till there's nothing left. So what I propose to do is stop lying to them and telling them that they're okay and that it's normal. Tell them the truth. Tell them that they're sick and see if we can find a solution so they don't continue hurting themselves. Marquette, what's the data on that? Yet another study from Johns Hopkins. And there's anecdotal stuff too. But check this out. The data indicates that those who are post-op, those who say that they're transgender, born in the wrong body. I always felt this way my whole life since I was a kid, born in the wrong body. After they get the surgery to mutilate their bodies, you have a higher rate of them taking their life. Now, why do you have that? Because now they're in the correct body. The reason you have that is because in their sick mind, they thought that once they cut off their manhood, they'd feel like a woman. But there's still thousands of genes that say you are not a woman. But most importantly, there's still some trouble in their mind. There's turmoil in their mind that will not be healed by mutilating your own body. And that's why they still take themselves out. And the data indicates that it's a mental health issue. And
and the issue that I have with that is that, for one, you're basically trying to say, basically what you're trying to say is that God made a mistake. That's the way I look at that. You're basically trying to say that God made a mistake. I'm in the wrong body. No, you're not. No, you're not. Now, I'm taking that from a religious point of view. Marquette is taking it from a scientific data point of view. That's all.
They're not born mentally ill. Many of them, it's environment, it's reaction to trauma, inability to get over it. Okay. So that's why I address it because it is a great sickness that is spreading through the land like a pestilence. And that's all I have to say about the Skittle Guzzlers. We don't have to get into it. I'm responding to you because you went pretty hard about them. And now I just gave my response to the Skittle Guzzlers, and we don't have to talk any more about the Skittle Guzzlers.
So first of all, we never even had a conversation about trans because I understand trans, so I can't even give you that, right? I want to ask you this. Have you ever seen a homosexual person stop being homosexual?
Yes, sir. There's a famous one. His name is Little Richard. He lived his life as a degenerate, and then he gave his life over to God. Now, mind you, I don't promote slave religion. I don't promote it at all. But he gave his life over to God, and then he explained that he knew he was wrong when he did that, and he never looked back once he stopped doing that, and that's public record. And he's a famous person that we can both use as a reference point. Do you mind if I acknowledge some of the points, some of the people who have sent in their comments or questions?
I was watching this video about about pastors who, and a matter of fact, I might watch one on here on the show, but I've watched a video where people who have become pastors have openly admitted that they once lived a homosexual lifestyle and they stopped based on their biblical journey, and they stopped and they never looked back. So while most people will not stop just because we like it, there are some exceptions.
Okay, I'm just do that real quick, just a little bit of housekeeping. And by the way, folks, if you have comments or questions for the gentleman, or you want to say, hey, Mace, my son, I agree with you, bro. This bald head nigga crazy. I agree with you. Feel free to send it in right now at this time using the information below. If you're on YouTube, you can use the Stripe link as well. May I acknowledge Karim supporting the work. He used the Stripe link to show his support. That's in the description of the YouTube video. Shout out to Frank as well supporting. We appreciate you. May I also acknowledge Ernest always coming through. Shout out to Caleb as well supporting using the Stripe link. And I appreciate you guys not using the Google Corporation because they banned me for telling too much truth. Shout out to Perry using the Stripe link as well to support. And shout out to Edward who came in super strong using the Stripe link. Appreciate you. May I also acknowledge Mr. Doe as well supporting. Shout out to Patrick supporting the work. And may I also acknowledge via Venmo, shout out to Pawan. He writes peace to the saints supporting the work. Shout out to Caleb as well, sent in tuition. He was always very consistent. May I also acknowledge Ricardo. He writes peace to the saints, tuition for this live. Respect to Debo in a tuxedo. Sass and Austin in the house. And by the way, you guys might not know, but my song got bars. I got to give him that. That I ain't taking away from him. His music is very quality and very uplifting. Shout out to Johnny, comes in with tuition via Venmo. May I also acknowledge
right now
Arthur. He writes, Saint, he an ex-con. This liberal talking points is how he's making his money. Cut the check and he'll change the tune. May I also acknowledge Ramon. He writes, one of the most frustrating things that can occur in a debate is when you debunk someone's point, then afterwards they carry on like that point wasn't debunked already. Peace to the saints. I also acknowledge Francisco. Writes, I came across many males like my son. Thank you for exposing his ideology. Peace to the saints. And also acknowledge via PayPal. Shout out to Mr. Gardner. He writes, the saints, I've been busy, but I'm happy to catch a live. Oh, absolutely. Also acknowledge James. He writes, peace to the saints. Quet, while you were doing your street debate in ATL, you coincidentally came across a girl I sent a message to you about talking. Damn, I'm sorry, bro. Like, you got to throw in some more punctuation. I'm gonna have to skip this one for now. I want to value this gentleman's time, but feel free to send that back to me later. Shout out to Alvin. He writes, peace of the saints. Any man willing to live with his hand out must have his hand cut off so that those unfortunate to have him as their leader don't replicate such a disease. Church. Shout out to Wayne, writes, peace of the saints, tuition. Also acknowledge Roderick as well supporting the work via PayPal. Shout out to Nicaragua, saying, writes, peace of the saints. Damn good debate. Suit fresh as usual. Rizzy Rich. Shout out to Saul supporting the work. Also acknowledge Calvin writes, I cannot spectate this level of game for free. I must support. I admire how you make it look effortless. Peace to the saints. Yes, indeed. Shout out to James. He writes, don't believe in black unity for this reason. Every time he talks, it sounds as if a white liberal woman is talking. He will always make sure to put the black women on a pedestal. He's not too intelligent, so what he perceives as intelligent black women are most likely imbeciles. Shout out to Michael. Come in.
Hey, that's fucked up that he's reading these comments with bro on the live with him. That is fucked up. That is disrespectful as a bitch. But you know what? even though, because my son can see these comments right here, he need to hear this shit and know that he sounded like a hoe.
And support the work by PayPal. Shout out to Dominic as well, writes Peace of the Saints tuition. I appreciate each and every person who support the work. I yield the floor to you.
So two things I want to say is, first of all, I didn't tell you that I believe that you should agree with anyone. Right? That was never my position, because what I said was my agreement doesn't stop their reality. So I'm not telling you what to accept or not to accept. Right? I'm telling people have their own ideologies and their own belief systems. And I surround myself with people who have the same belief system and ideologies that I do. Do I have conversations with other people to understand what they understand, and then try to get an understanding of their reality? Yes, I do, because I want to learn. I don't want to be ill-informed. I don't want to just take, information based off my perspective when I can't even have a perspective about something that I've never experienced. So yes, I have conversations with people. So I'm not telling you what to believe or agree with. That's the main focus that I want. Understanding that my ideology is that we are all individuals and we have a different mentality. We have a different makeup, physical, mental, emotional, like whatever you believe. If you believe that it's a mental illness that they acquired after birth, that's your perspective. But if you have conversations with most of them, that's not their perspective. Right? If you believe that a person who is gay changes to be straight again, I've never seen that. You say Little Richard has done it. I've seen a lot of people.
I could play the video.
So listen, you can play the video, but I've heard men saying that they stopped being down low and still was down low. So that's just a conversation. I'm talking about in reality, I've never seen it. I've heard people say it. I've watched people go to church and say, I'm not gay no more. And then
I have seen it in reality. I'm not gonna name no names, but there was a specific person that I went to high school with who lived the homosexual lifestyle while we were in high school, but afterwards totally and into early adulthood, but totally switched it up and lived a heterosexual lifestyle, married, has kids, all of the above. So yes, I've seen it in person.
Find out that the person was gay. So I've seen the reality change. So we can have a conversation about what somebody told you.
I don't want to talk about the Skittle Guzzlers anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Skittle Guzzlers.
I'm just talking
that is
about
hilarious.
Me saying to myself that understanding that the level of disgrace and humiliation that gays have gotten for years, for them to still fight for a way of life that is clearly against what most people want, and still have to live in that and live in shame for all their lives, there has to be something to that. So that I want to understand that mentality, right? So when a person tells me that they feel the same way about being gay as I feel about being heterosexual, that makes me think, like, wow, if you feel that strong, then it's nothing I can do with this. I just have to respect you for being who you are and respect who I am. I just think that in this conversation, me having a conversation with your audience, I know most of them think like you, so it's cool. If we were having a conversation with my audience, then 90% of them will be saying that you're crazy. So I'm cool.
But your audience is not real black people, though. I just want that to be clear. Those are not real black people.
It's impossible for you to tell me that.
No, they're not real black people.
I'm around real black people every day
they're not
of my
real
life.
black people.
I'm around real black people every day of my life.
Real black people do not condone that at all.
It's not about. There's not about condoning anything. It's not.
That's
about,
not our culture.
See, once again, you see what I mean? You keep using the wrong words. Condoning and letting someone else live their own reality. I've never said I condone or don't condone.
You do condone it. Why won't you just be real with me, man? I mean, you just took out 20 minutes to give a Martin Luther King speech on behalf of the homosexuals, and you're talking about you're not an ally. You are an ally. That's the only thing. That's the problem today. It's like we just talk about being men, but if you're gonna be a man, just stand on it. I'm standing on mine. I'm in the unpopular position. You're in the popular position. That's easy to stand on. I'm standing alone out here.
Well, listen, what I'm saying. It's not about standing alone. I'm just trying to tell you my position is not a popular or unpopular position.
It is popular.
It's my
homosexuality is all over TV and Netflix, and like Barack Obama invited these people 3 times to the White House.
They represent about 3% of the population, 4% of the population. So they only
it's really 1.5%.
Okay, so whatever it is, so cool. But what I'm just trying to say that's such a minute issue. The reality, the things that I'm dealing with.
That's why I said 3 times. I don't want to talk about.
So what I'm saying, the things that I'm dealing with. No, you're the one that keeps saying that.
No, I literally said I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, so the things that I deal with on a daily basis about stopping violence in Black communities, educating our kids and teaching them about manhood. I have Right to Passage programs that teaches about manhood so that they don't have to be misled about gender and all of those things, right? So that they're not misled about who's influencing them, that strong Black men are influencing them about principles of manhood, right? So this is what I do on an everyday basis. So you having this conversation with me, I have to be able to deal with youth every day that have different mentalities, that have different ideologies, have grown up in different households. So when you're dealing with these youth and you're having conversations with them, the reality of what you think and a person that has to deal with this on an everyday basis is just different. So I don't expect you to understand my reality. Just like I don't understand your reality, because whatever you're dealing with in your circumference, in your circle, is not what I deal with on an everyday basis. I deal with youth every day. Like I deal with at-risk young Black men, women every day on a daily basis. So my
Okay. He said he deals with youth every day. I pray that he does not condone that lifestyle in the youth's presence. I pray. I'm so serious because because that's where I say, fuck that shit. No. Because if he does, any respect I had for this feminist motherfucker will definitely go out the window.
Conclusion of coming to what I come to is about direct contact. It's not about what I think. It's not about what somebody else told me to think. Right? So just like when the numbers are conflated and they telling us we're not in a recession and that people are...
No, it's definitely a recession, but it's been one for a while.
But the data doesn't say that. So when you keep telling me
about... No, the data actually does say that. They're lying about the data. The definition of a recession is 2 consecutive terms of declining GDP. We saw that under Biden and it continued on under Trump.
And that's what I'm trying to explain to you, is that the data that they put out there is always skewed to fit a narrative of whoever's in control of something. So I don't care about data. I care with direct human experience. That's what my data is. My data is not what I think. It's not what I heard somebody else say. It's what I experience on my everyday, right? So that's what I'm trying to tell you. And the reality of the situation is that there are many different kinds of Black people. We are not a monolith, and we are the most divided individuals in this world.
And we're going to be divided until a great leader forces us into oneness. And that's why Africa is weak, because it's 54 separate countries with different currencies, different languages, different tribes. The reason that Africa gets outperformed is when you look at who do they compare Africa to. I just saw a recent political commentary. They said, Africa is going to rise up and they're going to become like China and like India. I'm like, no. They're like, Africa has just as many people as China or just as many people as India. I said, here's the difference, though. Africa's 54 separate countries. China's one country under a strong man. India's one country under a man. Africa's a bunch of countries. Some of them are even run by women, like 2 of them. It's crazy. So they have to be forced together, just like the United States. Used to be different territories. There's a Louisiana Purchase. There's the Mexican-American War that was started by the aggressive imperialists on purpose so that they could take control. That's why the Civil War happened. Not to free enslaved Black people. That's ludicrous. But rather to fuse together the country for more power. That's why Europe is the European Union. Started out as a European Economic Cooperative Community, and then they made it a stronger formation because you're stronger together. Now, once you force something together, does everyone feel like their opinion is honored? Hell nah. And that's not the truth of the world. A democracy where you think everyone gets an opinion, that's called a majority rules system. Majority rules. And it may make considerations for the minority. So the Black people will yield to one dominant ideology. And the most dangerous thing is the white liberal ideology. Oh, accept everything. It's okay. There's different types of families. No, there's a man leading. He's the patriarch. The woman follows. He may have one wife or more because we're Black people. We're not white people. Our heritage says one wife or more. There will be no sexual deviance. The children will obey their parents.
How about
Younger
that?
sibling will obey older sibling. There will be a defined hierarchy, and things that you mentioned, which are uncommon. domestic violence uncommon.
That's not true.
That is true. It's statistically factual.
That's not
It's
true.
uncommon. Okay, here's a test. Watch this. Everybody watch this. What is the data that supports that domestic violence is common? What's the data?
Domestic violence is probably the highest violence inside, especially in New York City right now. It is the highest.
Okay, what's the data? I'm going to look it up right now. What's the data?
I've looked up the data of that, and not because of this interview. Now, he's saying in New York City, but New York City does not speak for 49 other states, my son. And again, when Marquette says that we need to have one dominant leader, I don't disagree with him. Again, the only problem where I would have to rebuttal on Marquette is that when that happens for Black people in America, that person either gets compromised or killed. It's too much history data that shows that. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton. I pray for this brother Marquette because he speaks so much truth and knowledge, particularly when it comes to Black people in the Black community, is that I fear for this brother because he makes too much sense. See, it's a difference between him and a person like Charlie Kirk. Now, again, I don't like the way Charlie Kirk went out, but Charlie Kirk preached, his speaking was that of a superior. Charlie Kirk's speaking was, I'm better than you because I look like how I am, because I am who I am. I'm better than you. He spoke things that would be more generated to hate. Marquette is speaking things that are reality. And the thing about reality is, like I said earlier, not everybody wants to hear it because the truth hurts.
That domestic violence is common.
It is rising.
What
you
said
just
it's
sound
common.
like a fucking
So what's the
idiot.
data? Don't check right now. I tell you, don't check.
I don't know the exact number. It is the highest.
Okay, so how can you feel so confident on something that you don't know?
Exactly.
I don't know the exact number. I go to the community meetings with the police where they have the violence reports and domestic violence.
Police are only required to have a high school diploma, number one, and number two, they deal with criminals. They deal with criminals.
And another thing, Marquette, let me piggyback off of that. He said he goes to the community meetings. Is that just in New York, or is that community meetings across all 50 states in America? Because that may be the statistics for New York, but New York doesn't speak for the whole fucking country.
People who are suspected of crimes all day. So if they have the data and you feel so strongly, tell me right now without looking. Look me in my eye, King. Just tell me what the date is because you know so strongly.
I'm telling you that it's the highest.
And that's my problem with you. That's my problem. You should not feel so strongly about something you don't know.
I do know. I'm telling you.
But you just told. I just said, what's the data?
I didn't tell you the exact number. I'm telling you that it's the highest form of violence in our community right now.
In New York,
let's use some logic as men. As men, let us reason. Let us reason.
Oh, this nigga dumb.
You said it's the most common type of violence, domestic violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And domestic violence is a term that comes out of the matriarchy to create a different category of violence. Because let me use some logic here. This is the matriarchy. Let me uncover it for you. If I were to punch you in the face out in the public, that's called assault. Yeah. If I were to punch my wife in the face in the privacy of my own home, that should be called assault.
Right.
Because it's literally the same thing.
Literally.
It's the exact same act. Pardon?
It's the domestic violence. It's you.
Correct. You don't have to interrupt me. I'm getting there. The reason that it's recategorized as domestic violence is because the matriarchy, it doesn't seek equality. It seeks control and dominance and to be above. So it recategorizes something that we already have laws on the books for to make it more sensitive when it happens to women. It's a bigger deal.
And let me say that in layman terms. If you punch a nigga in the face, it's assault. If you punch a woman in the face, same crime, but it's categorized as bigger because it's a woman. That's what makes it domestic violence. I'm not condoning it. I don't condone it. I'm keeping your damn hands to yourself. But let's reverse that. Man punch a man in the face, assault. Woman punch man in the face, that actually is seen as kind of lighter. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is, niggas, I don't condone domestic violence at all. There's no reason for hitting a woman. I think you a bitch ass nigga if you put your hands on a woman. But let's say a woman punches you in the face. Don't retaliate. Call the police. Make the same legal charges apply. So if you want to be equal, make the same legal charges apply to a woman that assaults a man as if a man assaults a woman. And if a woman punch you in the face and you call the cops, the first thing that's gonna come out of that woman's mouth, you a bitch. Just be the bitch. Be the bitch for that situation, and you'll be all right. And that'll let you know you keep your motherfucking hands to yourself too.
Well, that's matriarchy, because it's not about equal protection under the law. It's about additional and novel rights. Now, you're interrupting me again. Let me finish. Let me cook.
Because what you're saying is not factual, though.
No, but I only talk facts. You're the same guy that I just asked you. I just asked you to explain the study that made you feel so strongly, and you couldn't reference the study.
I didn't have to tell you this. I told you that it's
because you feel strongly with no information, but I'm responding to you, but you keep interrupting me. Do you mind if I complete a sentence?
I deal with violence interruption every day.
I understand that. May I complete a sentence? I was explaining a logic to you real quick. I just want to explain this logic real quick. You said that domestic violence is the most common form of violence. And what I'm using logic while you're looking up your data, what I'm using logic to explain to you is that makes perfect sense. If that's true, you don't even have the data. But if that were true, it makes perfect sense, because violence is going to occur with people that you're around. And you're going to spend the most time with people that live with you. So it doesn't mean that men are necessarily more violent toward women. It means that they spend more time with women because we're heterosexual and we live together. So it's a logical thing. But when you suggest that domestic violence is common, this is completely ludicrous idea. And that's why you didn't have the data. It's your feelings. I yield the floor.
But once again, it's not my feelings. It's that I'm in.
Well, then why don't you have the data?
Because I don't know the exact number right now.
Then why do you feel so strongly before you have the data? That's not rational.
I know this, right? 53% of Black women report experience of violence yearly. 53%. So
of violence? Of what form of violence?
Of domestic violence.
What percentage of Black men? What percentage of Black men?
None. They said Black women, roughly 40% have experienced physical over with an intimate partner. 53% are doing it yearly. Let me see. I don't know what the Black men is.
My son, do you understand my point about why would you feel so strongly before you actually have the data?
Let me tell you why I feel so strongly, because I'm in meetings, right? And I do anti-violence work. So when we do anti-violence work, we have to know what violence we have to look to when we go in communities and what resources are needed for said community, right? So if we have to do violence work to do anti-gun violence, then we have to send experts and people who know how to deal with gun violence. So those are the resources we send in the communities. Right now, the biggest and growing form of violence in our communities is domestic violence. So there is an overwhelming amount of resources being sent in our communities to deal with domestic violence. That's how I know. I didn't know the exact number, but I know when we sit in the meetings and we have to talk to the government officials and they say, okay, this is the violence. You have been lowering gun violence in the communities. That's been working. Right now, the highest form of violence in our communities is domestic violence.
Is that true?
That's how I know that. I'm telling you.
Is that true?
I'm telling you what they say in our communities.
That doesn't even sound right.
Okay, well.
Because 70% of Black families don't have a man in the household. So it doesn't even sound logical.
I don't know where y'all getting that from. You're getting that from a census, right? Because you're getting a census. 70% of you saying that 70% of Black families don't have a man in the household. That's the census that goes based on what you said, SNAP. Well, most of them are not there, when they go there. So they're utilizing the system. But Black men, especially Black men, are probably the most present in their sons' lives and their families, their kids' lives than anybody else. This is a fact. This data.
No, you're misstating that. What you actually mean to state is not that Black men are more present, because statistically they're not more present, they're more absent. However, the Black men who are present tend to give greater richness and experience to their children. But frankly, I don't even think that's a major value add, to be honest with you. I think that, again, goes with the matriarchal view, which is the suggestion that men and women are the same. And because we're the same, the man needs to put in as much time with the kid as the woman does. And that's another effort of the woman to force the man into unnatural behaviors and allow her to step out of the maternal role and step into the man's role so that she can go to work and she can have her job and she can go out and be unruly and promiscuous. That's what that is.
Damn.
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, that's your
fair enough.
That's your
Fair
perspective.
enough.
I'm just saying when I'm sitting in these meetings, because we actually literally do the work every day, and we're looking at the data and we're seeing that the rise in domestic violence, and usually domestic violence comes when we're in a recession, and when, just like during COVID, it was one of the highest violence was domestic violence.
Why do you think that
everybody was in the house? That
Because
makes
everyone
sense.
was in the house.
Exactly.
Thank you. Exactly.
So, and most likely when the economy is bad.
And why are you arguing against something that is just the
I'm
most
not arguing
obvious,
against
basic thing?
What
It's like you
against?
put people together for long amounts of time, trapped inside, they're going to disagree. And in the
I didn't
case of the
argue
black
against
woman,
that.
she has a foul mouth. And the black male is effeminate and emotional. So you put together a weak emotional male and a foul-mouthed harlot, you're going to have violence.
Yes.
So the solution is not following after
Still
your
talking
white
about
buddies and the Democrats that are running New York and try to, like, we need to stop violence. No, what you need to do is establish order. Make the men actually be men. I agree with you on the part of them being males. Make them actually be men. And then make the women behave like females and watch their mouth. Now, another thing that you had mentioned earlier that I thought was curious, you had mentioned parents. And parents are hugely important.
Boy, Zach
but
would
somehow
love
there's
this.
a disconnect between the idea that families are breaking apart, meaning the concept of the parent does not exist very much when you have SNAP benefits and welfare, because that deconstructs the family. Most of the things you've suggested haven't made logical sense because you say the government's our enemy, but you want to rely on the government. You say that black people can be so productive, yet they're not taking advantage of them using SNAP benefits and welfare at 200%. And what I'm telling you is that we do need to clean up the black people, but it's going to come from us. And it has to be an authentic ideology from us, not what has been given to us. And you're plugged in with the government, and I understand and I respect that, but we can look at the data, and the data
Clearly,
shows us
he's
that
compromised.
the greater the government benefits have been, the worse outcomes have been for the black people. So your solution has been underway since the 1960s, and it's failed.
Well, my solution was never that we should depend on the government.
You're talking about reparations.
Yeah, but we deserve reparations. I didn't say that we should stop working until we
you?
get reparations. Yes, we definitely deserve reparations. That's not even.
All right, now I agree with him on that. Oh yeah, we deserve reparation, but the reality is they're not going to give us reparations. So I just leave that alone.
The conversations. If you don't believe that the people that the people who are chattel slavery deserve reparations,
do you
built in America?
Have you studied history? Have you studied history?
Yes.
You know, history is the record of warfare of one civilization invading and dominating another civilization. And what we can certainly agree on is there are some civilizations that are more vicious and barbaric, namely the European civilizations. In fact, you might not even use the word civilization, but all the same, when you find one collective destroys another collective, like say what the Romans did to Carthage, there's almost never a case where they turn around and say, oh, we're sorry, do over. We want to fix everything.
Where's the case?
Now, you don't have to interrupt me. You don't have to interrupt
me. You did it to me 4 or 5 times, and you keep saying that.
You don't have to interrupt me. But the point is that there have been small instances where there has been reparations paid, and I'll make some notes of them. The Japanese, there's a very small portion of Japanese, nowhere numerically comparable to the large population of the Black American. So that's number one. Then number two, you had the Jewish population has been very well compensated. Again, numerically a smaller population, but most importantly, they're a white population.
That part right there. Now, again, I agree. I think that that black people should get reparations. That's me wishful thinking. Yes. Japanese people have gotten reparations. Jewish people, white Jewish people, have gotten reparations. Even Native Americans, Indians have gotten reparations. Everybody has gotten reparations, particularly in this country, except for the African American. Shouldn't that tell you something by now?
So you got to factor that in. They're actually a part of the tribe that's compensating them.
Right.
Then there's a third situation where there's reparations, which is the Native Americans. They were nearly eradicated. Their population is so damn low that I didn't meet my first Native American in America until I was 25 in northern Michigan. So the thing that you have to focus on is the truth is the black people are the most hated. They have no friends in general. Black people don't even like black people.
Yeah.
But certainly the idea that the white ruling class is going to give you the sons of slaves, the children of slaves, is going to give you anything back. If you believe that, you're completely deluded. They didn't even give you 40 acres and a mule.
Right.
And here's the thing, that was enshrined in law. And in some cases, they did give it, and then they stole the land back as a point of fact. So the idea that you have to go with your hand out, I think is pathetic. If you look at certain wars, like maybe
they ain't gonna give us 40 acres and a mule, they'll give us a brick and a pistol to take each other out with. How about that? As a white man, I need reparation. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Let me see this. As a white man, I need reparations. My ancestors was former slaves. In what country? In what country? Answer that question.
The Crusades, for example, or even you look at the Moors that have taken the black Moors, took over Southern Europe. Did the Europeans say, hey, give us reparations? They said, no, we're going to rebuild and we're going to go to war with you. And we're going to expel you. And we're going to take control. And we're going to dominate you. We're going to steal your history and in some cases erase your history. But we don't need a handout. We're going to take ours back. And I'll give you one last example. You mentioned Adolf Hitler earlier, and like strangely, you were saying that he ruled with his mind. You also forgot that he ruled with blitzkrieg and a tremendous amount of violence that the world had never seen before. Factor that in. And what I want you to understand about the Germans is when they were destroyed in World War I at a level, and they were facing huge levels of inflation and poverty and shame, just like the black people, poverty, shame. They said, you know what? I tell you what. We don't need anything from you people. We're going to rebuild because we believe in ourselves. And we're going to make you respect us. And if you don't want to respect us, we're going to take our respect. I would never identify with you or the community you're talking about, because my community, the black people I lead, good people I lead of all races, we're a strong people. We're a capable people. We're a proud people. And if we're owed something, we're going to take it. You heard me? If we're owed respect, we're going to take it. If we're owed money, we're going to take it. As men, we won't be begging. And I can assure you, there is no ear to your begging.
Well, it's not about begging. It's about reparations owed for harm done.
If you're not begging, then take it. Why don't you have it then? If you're not begging, why don't you have it?
We live on land. We in enemy's territory, and we've been indoctrinated into the enemy's territory.
We have been indoctrinated? You.
It's not we. It's not me. So what happened? So why haven't the people like you who haven't been taking it back? Because there's a bunch of y'all. I always have these conversations.
Right as we speak, I'm on 62 acres of land.
I always have these conversations, and I know a bunch of people that got land, and they got about 20 or 30 of them. But I'm talking about the collective of black. It's 48 million people, black people inside of America. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about when you can galvanize half of them or 2/3 of them.
Only need 5%.
Okay, if you can galvanize 5% of them, we've been having this conversation with people saying we don't need this from the government. And all the time, none of those people who have said it have done anything to do it. And when they do,
no, that's not true. You ever heard of the Nation of Islam? You ever heard of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
Yes,
they did great things. They had farmland, they had stores. In fact, New York was a major epicenter for this thing, and they did extremely well. But I tell you, when they got poisoned when Malcolm X became you. When Malcolm X started espousing the views of the white liberal, and when he started working with the government, and he betrayed his own people because he left the core of what black folks are. That's when the movement fell apart, when we were infiltrated.
Well,
you lie, and you suggest that we have never been able to separate from the government and thrive. The Nation of Islam separated from the government and thrived very well.
I love the Nation of Islam. I've been raised underneath the honorable minister, so I know what's going on within the nation.
But if you were raised under the brother minister Louis Farrakhan, you would know that the Skittle guzzling is a vile abomination, and you wouldn't tap dance when I ask you, are you indifferent against it or an ally?
That's true.
The brother minister Louis Farrakhan would condemn something like that. Am I wrong?
You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I've heard it myself in Mosque Mariam in Chicago.
When the last time you heard the minister speak? When is the last time you have heard a conversation?
It's been years.
Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
I do, because it's enshrined in a book by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad called Message to the Black Man.
Leave Elijah Muhammad or leave Farrakhan out of this.
Hundreds of the ministers speaking. And the last time the minister spoke about the homosexuality, he made it clear that he has nothing against him. He understands him. He got him in his family. He's saying that we just live a different way. And we understand we're not anti them. We're not trying to kill them. We're not doing all that.
I'm not trying to do that either.
That's what I'm trying
That's
to tell
mentally ill as well.
I don't
when
believe
you're
that.
having this conversation saying he despised, that's
bruh. Don't bring Minister Farrakhan in this. I don't believe that. You got to show me some motherfucking proof. And based on this interview, he has no receipts for nothing he's talking.
That's none of that language that you're using does the minister use.
Where can I want to pull up a video on that one. Can I pull up a video on that one? I want to, because I don't believe you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't believe
we on the same page here, my nigga.
I'm asking you, can you tell me like what I should search to find such a video? I don't believe that.
Okay, so look. All you got to do is look for it. He spoke on it. It's online.
Okay, I'm just gonna do a simple YouTube search, and I want everyone to watch this so no one thinks I'm trying to like cook the results or anything like that.
That's crazy.
So I'm just gonna type in Minister Farrakhan, and I'm gonna just type in the word homosexual or homosexuality.
That's
maybe.
Crazy.
Okay, and then I'm gonna click the share screen. Okay, so here we go. And so all I typed in was Minister Farrakhan homosexuality.
Those are old, and once again, I told you.
Okay, I'm just explaining to everyone what I did, so it doesn't seem as though I'm trying to like create a particular perspective. So I'm going to do two things, if you don't mind. He's old right here, and he's young right here. So I'm just going to click this one, and we'll listen, and then I'll click this one. So here's a young Minister Farrakhan, and here's an old Minister Farrakhan. Do you mind if we just listen to each of them briefly?
Okay.
Okay, very good. And in the audience, if you can confirm, were you able to hear him?
By nature is inclined to.
Can you hear him?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the volume is good. Okay, fantastic.
Man by nature is inclined to and leans toward the female. And the female by nature leans toward the male. Now we want to know whence came this deviation.
Hello.
Listen very carefully.
I'm listening.
The Bible says he changed the truth of God into a lie. And when you pervert the truth of God and make it a lie, then what follows from that is a system of perversion, a system of deviation. We didn't learn this freakish behavior in Africa. You cannot find brothers in Africa walking around with broken wrists.
I said that earlier.
You don't find women in Africa running with women. We learned that behavior.
From who?
In our sojourn in America.
That part.
So since we learned this behavior, we can unlearn it.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut that because I think we get the gist of that one. And I'm, as promised, I'm gonna go back. So that was young Farrakhan. Here's old Farrakhan. So I'm just got that right there, and it says the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on Black homosexuality. And then I'm just gonna click play here.
I love you as a brother. I love you as a sister. But the love of the same sex for one another that's rooted in righteousness is wonderful. But when we take it to the extreme, which Satan has caused us to do now, we have gone to the extreme under the tutelage of a real satanic mind.
Okay. So I'm now going to stop that one because we've heard enough, and I'm just going to repeat for everybody who didn't get it. When he was young, he said, "This is not of us. This is wicked." And then I just play one when he's clearly old. He says, "If you do that, you're under a satanic mind."
That's not what he said at first. So you ignored what he said?
What the hell?
So you ignored what he said at the beginning?
What?
So did you
what?
You ignored what he said, bro. See, this one, I'm not.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Who's paying this nigga? Who's paying this nigga? I'm
just asking you, did you ignore?
Did you understand what he was saying? He said the natural love that we have for the same gender in a righteous way, meaning like I have love for you as my fellow man.
No.
He says that is appropriate, but when you take it beyond that, meaning inappropriate, homosexual, now you have a satanic mind. That's what he said.
No, sir.
Wow. I want you to explain briefly, and I'm gonna replay it, then you can re-explain it. Just tell
I've been there. I've been in the mosque, bro. You can't tell me.
I've been in the mosque.
I just looked this up, and there is a video that says Louis Farrakhan accepts homosexuality. I haven't watched the video. I will watch the video. But if that's true, then the brother minister's been compromised too.
I've been in these recent conversations. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the recent conversations that he has had.
No, tell me what he just said just now, because I was listening.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna play it again because you're playing games. Like, that's crazy. Like, I'm gonna play this again. Tell me what the brother is saying, because you're trying to reinterpret, and that's what liberals do. They lie.
I love you as a brother.
I love you as a brother, so that means not romantic.
I love you as a sister.
Not romantic.
But the love of the same sex for one another that's rooted in righteousness is wonderful.
What does that mean?
I want you to explain that, because I have a feeling like you're misunderstanding.
No,
what does that mean?
Because I'm trying to tell you. He said,
what does that mean?
He's saying that he understands that that's their reality. It's rooted in righteousness.
No, use the words he used and then explain it to me.
Let me play the one that I know.
No, don't play the one you know. We had the brother on screen. I'm asking you, explain based on what he just said. Why are you running?
I'm better than you.
Wait, my son, like, we just played the brother minister Louis Farrakhan in his own words. Why are you running? I'm just saying, why not just explain to me what he just said? Because I got great English language comprehension. Why are you, what are you doing? We didn't agree to that. Like, why are you?
No, because you're pulling up something that doesn't go.
Wait, hold on. You said I'm pulling up something. I literally just typed in the query in front of everyone's eyes.
Hey, man, this dude, my son, is deflecting. Clearly, he's compromised. It's crazy. It's crazy.
See it according to the standard of God.
People are saying that you're lying on the minister right now.
I'm not lying on the minister.
Well, then why can't we look at what he just said? Why do you have to go like search out something like he just spoke up?
Brother, I'm just trying to tell you this, man, that what the minister has said.
You don't have to tell me that. We just played his face. I'm saying, tell me the minister said this, and these words mean X, Y, and Z. So I'm saying, like, quote him and then explain to me, because I understand English is my first language and I'm very good with it.
Telling you,
so how did I miss this?
Okay, what I'm explaining to you is that the minister has said this is not our way of life, and we believe that it's against the will of God, but he is not against you, and you are his brother and you are his sister. And that's what he said. And that is exactly what I was explaining to you. My way of life and your way of life is not the way I live. The way I live is not something that I live for me, but I'm not against you as my brother or sister. And I do not have anything against you because you live outside of the way that I live. And that's what he has said. The same thing that I said.
If that's what he was saying, why did you feel the need to not analyze the video that I just played of him speaking out of his own mouth?
Because I've heard the words that he spoke out of his mouth, and I was trying to let you hear the words that I've heard, so we don't have a miscommunication.
We were just playing his words, so we don't need to go based on your memory. We don't have to go based on my memory.
Brother, you played 30 seconds of a 10-minute conversation, and you said that's all you need to hear.
We can go back more of it, because I can assure you I already know how it goes.
Okay.
Because the brother minister Louis Farrakhan has never once said that being a homosexual is okay. He, in fact, just stated that it's satanic. And we honestly don't even have to be on this topic, because I said six times.
Said that he said it was okay. I said
six times.
I never said it was okay.
You have represented that it's okay. No, yes, you have. You certainly have. And in fact, we're only talking about skittle guzzling because you have persisted in the conversation.
Keep bringing that up. I'm not insisting on it. You keep bringing it up.
I said 6 times. We don't have to talk about it. And right after I said that,
bring it up? So how did this come up?
Because when I stated this, I remember like it was yesterday. You had said something on homosexuality. Then I replied to it. And at the end of my response, I specifically said, And I don't even care about. Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're making up stories.
No, Marquette did ask him first, how do you feel about homosexuality? He did. But this conversation could have been over with if my son had just gave a yes no answer and not tap dance like Gregory Hines.
You got on here and said, how do you feel about homosexuality? What do you think this, that, and I explained to you my position, and you stayed on. I never brought up homosexuality.
Okay.
There's no need for me to bring that up at all.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we have an understanding here. So you're saying your position on homosexuality is the same as the brother minister Louis Farrakhan. Is that what you're saying?
My position on the homosexuality is that it's not my way of life, but I don't have anything against someone else that does their own way of life.
Okay, you said you have nothing against them. Would you describe their behavior as satanic?
No, I'm not religious.
Wait a minute.
I don't
fuck?
have
okay. So I'm just asking.
Hold up, time out. He was just saying that he grew up under the Nation of Islam, and I've been in the temples recently and all this stuff, but then you just said you're not religious. All right, you know what? It's past midnight. I don't know what to do with this nigga.
Would you describe it as satanic? So you can say yes
I don't
or no.
have a religion.
Okay, cool.
You don't
would
have
you
a
describe
religion?
their behavior as unnatural?
It's a difference than mine. So if we believe, if we look into,
you can say yes or no.
Exactly.
Yes or no would be cool.
It's different than mine.
Yes or no would be fine.
It's different.
And you keep telling me that you're a man, but you can't say yes or no.
Oh,
That's
shit.
not manly.
I
A man can be black and white. Women live in the gray area.
I don't have to demonize somebody.
They live
because
in the
it's
gray
different than
area.
mine. It's not a gray area. It's different than mine. I don't have to demonize somebody because they have a different ideology than me. I don't have to do that.
That's crazy.
I don't have to demonize an individual because we have completely different ideologies.
So you're speaking to a woman.
I don't have to
He's
do
showing
that.
that shit on purpose, bro. That's fucked up.
I don't have to do that.
The problem that we have with our political class is that to get their money from the lobbyists, the people who control them, to get the money from the interest groups,
Right.
they have to tap dance. They have to lie. They can't
Exactly.
say-
Because my son appears to be a bought and paid for dude, unfortunately.
what they really believe. It's easier to be popular.
I don't have any political affiliation.
Okay, I hear you. It's easier to be popular when you go with the flow, when you go with what's common.
Brother Kwame Brown would call that the go along, get along gang.
Man, it's easy to be popular when you never stand up against anything. It's so easy to
I
say.
stand up against a lot.
You don't have to interrupt me.
Go
It's
along,
so
get
easy
along
to
gang.
say. It's so easy to say, oh yeah, like I don't judge. That's what the broads like to say. Oh, I don't judge. I'm not judging. Well, they say that because they don't want to be judged, and the reason they don't want to be judged is because they're engaging in filthy behaviors.
There you go again.
So the fact of the matter is that it's upon the man to establish the standard. It's upon the man to identify right and wrong. It's not upon the man to deal in the gray area and say, oh, it's I'm not here to judge. I don't do that, but it's okay. And then you tried to throw that on the Mr. Louis Farrakhan, and he's never said that. He said it's satanic, and he also said it's unnatural. We just heard him say it out of his mouth. But conversely, we've not heard him say anything good about it, and we've not heard him say that he condones it.
But he doesn't demonize. He saes, I don't demonize you, and I
Wait,
still love you.
he
as
said
my
that
brother.
it's satanic and
He said,
unnatural.
I don't demonize you, and I still
I just played a
love you as my
clip,
brother.
and he said it's satanic and
What I'm saying.
unnatural.
Did you listen to the full clip, bro?
I just heard him say it's satanic and unnatural.
Okay.
So for you being a person who's not a gay ally, you sure as hell can't just accept where we're at with it and move on. You're really bent. You're
keep
bent
saying
on the
where
idea
we at. You
that
keep saying
Minister
where we at.
Farrakhan did
I'm
not
not
condemn
bent
them.
on
You're really
anything.
bent on pushing that.
I'm not bent on anything.
You are bent on that.
I'm
And
not bent
here's the
on
crazier thing. This is why that Barack Obama stuff, that liberal white woman ideology, I know has got hold of you because you have not been so passionate about discussing the
But I'm
black
not-
issues
you're the
as much
only
as the
one that's-
LGBTQ.
you're the
And that's the
only
same
one
thing we
that's
dealt with Barack Obama. Barack Obama was all about the
Brother, you're
LGBTQ,
the
and he
only
ain't do
one
nothing for black people.
But you're the only one that keep bringing that up. When you
No,
go
that's
back,
you.
When
That's
you go back
you.
in this conversation, you started off with, "What do you think about gays?" Then you said the Minister Farrakhan would be answered. We was talking about who built something in America, and you started talking about the Minister Farrakhan, and you said the Minister Farrakhan will be completely against it. You did that.
He is
That was your state. I didn't bring up gays. Once again, you brought up gays. You
did bring up gay language, and that started the conversation. You were saying partner, and that's gay language, my boy. That's gay language.
Who said that? The word
you said partner. You started that way earlier.
Started in the gay. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Partner
Let me educate you. You asked me a question. I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. You said partner started with the gays, and my answer is yes. And here's how. The gays have made every effort to remove gender from relationships. Instead of saying boyfriend or girlfriend, because these people are non-binary, they can't look below the belt and figure out what they are. They have to introduce gender-neutral terms in gender-neutral bathrooms. So you're not a boyfriend. You're interrupting again. Can you ask? May I respond?
It's that simple. If you look below the belt and you have a tree with 2 apples, you're a male. If you don't, you're a female. If you have both, then you got that conversation.
You asked me a question. May I respond?
What you're saying is not
May
true.
I respond? May I respond? And when the truth comes out, they always.
What up, Leash?
So what they do is they use the term partner to remove gender from terms like boy, friend, girl, friend, husband, and wife. Partner is 100% an LGBTQ term that they've pushed out to the masses, just like non-binary. And why do you keep interrupting? Why do you keep having to interrupt? You feel so strongly. You're so emotional about this, but you keep interrupting.
You don't
You're so emotional about it.
As a girl.
1 second. You're so emotional. You keep interrupting. You're so emotional. You keep interrupting.
I'm asking a question. What if you don't want to?
But you don't have to interrupt to ask the question.
Or you're a grown man as a boyfriend, and you don't want to. You don't have a wife or a husband. What would you call that person? What would be a good?
I'll give you an example. A lot of guys, especially in the South, you say my old lady. You say my woman. It's been going on for hundreds of years. Okay. The fact that you're playing dumb is very embarrassing because people are watching you and they're like, why is he pretending?
I don't like to use the term woman.
Why is he pretending as though he can't call a woman a woman? You just said using the term woman is a ghetto term.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say that. Saying my woman is ghetto? It's a fucking word in the dictionary. My woman. Like, woman. It's in the dictionary. That's ghetto? My boy grasping for straws here. I mean, damn.
Term? Did you just say that?
No, that's not professional term. This is my woman.
It is your woman.
That's some ghetto shit.
That is not ghetto.
That's not ghetto. Woman is a word in formal English. It's not slang. This is my woman. That's not ghetto at all.
That's slang.
No, that's actually not slang. And further,
if there are any women in the chat, and I know the women in my chat don't like to talk about real shit, but just answer this one question. If I'm your man and you're my woman, if I refer to you as my woman, is that ghetto? Is that ghetto?
More. Girlfriend is not slang. You can say girlfriend. We've been using that for a long time. You can say it's my wife. You can say it's my old lady.
Any individual. We were talking about.
So you're trying to justify something that is unjustifiable. Partner from the LGBTQ. That's full stop. That's a fact.
Okay.
That's a fact. There's no negotiating. It's a fact.
I've never had any conversation inside the LGBTQ area.
I agree with you. I totally believe you. I totally believe you. But that's my point. You're so brainwashed by the liberal white woman that you're speaking like her, and you don't know where the words came from. It's just like when white people start trying to talk in slang and they don't know, like, oh, this word came from Louisiana. Oh, this word came from the Yay area in San Francisco. But they're trying to talk like us, but they don't fully understand the origins because it's not their culture. Similar with you. You're a black man from New York talking like a white woman from Orange County, and you don't realize that word came from the San Francisco LGBTQ mafia. That's what happened.
You're a black man.
I'm the black man.
No, you're a black man.
I'm the black man.
A black man who's talking like he has he has some complex. He has to prove something.
I'm the black man.
Or try to sound strong every time.
No, it's because you keep interrupting. Every time I talk about your homosexual buddies, you interrupt.
That's the thing that you keep doing. You keep trying to sound tough or sound strong.
I'm not trying to sound tough because we're not in person. Like I would never try to sound tough. I think you're plenty tough. I don't need to sound tough to you. Like between the two of us, I think we all agree you're tougher. You're tougher.
That's what I'm saying.
You
That's
got
why-
that. So why
that's
are we
why I
trying to
don't know-
sound tough?
I
What are you
don't know why
talking
you're-
about?
I don't know why you're trying to be aggressive or trying to diminish something.
No, we're not being aggressive. I just don't condone your ideology.
But it's not about ideology. I don't have an ideology, and you keep trying to put an ideology on me. And once again,
You
my
said you don't have an ideology. You just don't know what it is.
Okay,
You
I
don't know what it is.
All I'm gonna say is this: we leaving this conversation alone. You have your old lady. You have all that. I was talking about just in general. Two people have a partnership. Now that was my ideology. If that's your ideology is different, cool. I don't have any white woman ideology. I utilize the word partnership because to me, it's two people that come together and they form
That's
a
not where you
union.
got that from.
Well, you can't tell me where I got something from.
No,
How
I
do
know.
you-
I can tell you.
You
'cause
just
I do
met me
know.
today. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're the one who invented the term partner to describe your spouse? You invented that?
Partner
You
been
invented
around
that?
before. Partner been around spouses before. You think that you're the first?
No,
one?
that's a new thing. When people used to say, "Oh, my partner," they were referring to their business partner.
Yeah.
That's how I know you're lying. Because
Yeah.
it was commonly used as a term for business partner.
Yeah.
It's only recently being used to describe your spouse. So you're lying.
Exactly.
No, that's a
damn
fact.
lie.
Well, it's only recently been used to you in that term.
Period.
That's what you were introduced to it. So don't tell me what I learned. All right,
Well, then you tell me, where did you learn that from? Like, how did you invent that?
Because at this point, we going around in a circle talking about the same stuff.
Real quick though, how did you invent the term partner
I
to
didn't
describe your
invent
spouse?
He about to hit him with the Birdman. Are we finished or we done? Because now, partner to describe a spouse, that's some relatively new shit. Because I can tell that all of us were born around the same time period, and when we were kids, it wasn't I'm going home to my partner. No, it was my husband or my wife, my girlfriend, my boyfriend, my man or my woman. That's some new shit. He need to cut that shit out. And he say he damn near 50 years old, so he is 70s, baby. So I know partner is some relatively new shit. He need to cut that shit out.
I utilized the term because it was more comfortable for me because I thought I wanted a partnership rather than saying my woman. To me, sounded ghetto.
That
And
ain't
saying my
man, what
girlfriend
the
when I'm a
fuck?
grown man is not my girlfriend. And if you're not my wife, then there's no need to say my wife. So the word partner was.
I can understand saying I'm a grown man, so it's not my girlfriend. I get that. I agree with that. So it's your woman. And your woman saying that's my woman is nothing ghetto about that. Come on, Bronx, New York. You know better than that.
Talking about two people that are in a relationship that you don't actually identify as a girlfriend or a marriage is a partnership. It's two people that come together to form a partnership. That was my ideology. Whatever you got or where you got it from, that's on you. I no longer want to talk about this. So let's end this because it's been 2 hours and I got things to do. And I appreciate the dialogue.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on. Until next time.
Okay.
He was mad than a motherfucker.
Okay, let me catch up on some of the questions. And by the way, send in your questions, comments right now. You can use the information below. You can use the PayPal, or you can use the Venmo, and also the Stripe link as well to send in your comments, questions, and I'll go ahead and answer those at this
I wonder
time.
how many New Yorkers are gonna stand up for you after that shit, my nigga.
That is fascinating. Let's see. And shout out to my son for being willing to come on and have the conversation. Very few are, and I think that his perspective is not uncommon. So it's really good to see the two ways of thinking measured up against one another. I think that's highly valuable. Okay. I just want to show you guys something real quick, if you don't mind. Actually, I'll show you guys after I respond to these questions, comments. So let's see. May I acknowledge, shout out to Gary supporting the work. Use the Stripe link in the description of the video. Appreciate you, as did Anthony. Shout out to the real ones. And I also acknowledge Quadre supporting using the Stripe link. And if you didn't support this one, you're wild, because this is really good information and dialogue. Shout out to Charlie Sardi, writes peace to the saints, came in via Venmo. Charlie been rocking with me a long time. It's love. Another Charlie came in right after, came in by Venmo, writes support. And also acknowledge Mr. Bex. He writes, I can't watch right now, but cook him, Saint. And you know what? It wasn't even really, my goal wasn't to cook him. My goal was really to just have a conversation. But, you know, there are certain things that I just fundamentally know are very dangerous to all of humankind. And those things, I can't lie, they kind of set me off. Shout out to Constantine supporting the work by Venmo. Constantine's always very consistent, writes tuition. I also acknowledge via PayPal. Shout out to Aaron. He writes, it seems like his mind's eye is blind to the culture impressed on his thinking. And that's really dangerous. Thank you for this display of intellectual differences. Peace to the saints. Absolutely. Peace to the saints. You know, the most dangerous thing is that which is invisible to you. You know, in boxing, we always say that the punch that knocks you out is the one that you didn't see. I so acknowledge Nathaniel. He writes, keep cooking, Saint. These devil ideologies need to be eradicated. Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. I also acknowledge James. He writes, excuse the lack of punctuation, character limit. A girl that tried to get maxed out by me a year ago went to ATL, turned into a super thought on Twitter, getting smashed and started selling box. That's crazy. I thought it was a coincidence that you met her after I sent a chat about 6 months ago. Okay, got you. Shout out to Michael. He writes, damn, are all men from New York fruity now? Bruh.
Right.
Low key. Low key.
Right.
He writes, how'd he go from snap to letting women lead to accepting Skittle guzzlers? He's certainly a liberal white woman, sentimentally speaking. Shout out to Reginald. He writes, barbecue chicken. He is so infected, he knows not how ill he is. Indeed. Marquettism wakes minds. Marquettism saves lives. Marquettism is for the kids. Peace of saints. Literally, you know, you teach the kids this kind of filth, they're not going to grow up the correct way. Shout out to Reginald. He writes, this brother, he writes, the brother minister has been a liberal white woman ever since the nation merged with Scientology. Talk about it. I actually did a video on that some time ago. No, it's peace to the honorable Elijah Muhammad and the true nation of Islam. My son has completely leapt to the other side. And he put bags of money. Yeah, money's persuasive. Shout out to Austin, writes, peace of the saints came in via PayPal. And I appreciate those of you who really support good work and good conversation. We really are pushing forward a movement.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I had to watch that one because, again, the difference in speaking hate and speaking factual is totally different. There was no superiority. I'm better than you, this, that, and the third stuff when it came to the speaking of reality. And yes, I sent a message out directly to that guy, my son. I was surprised that, because there was a lot of messages on there, but I was surprised that he responded directly towards me. And I told him exactly what I thought, that he sounded compromised. Marquette came with facts, and he was just emotional. Like, bruh, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. And the thing about people in this country, Black African Americans in this country, it is truly proven to be a fucking trap. It's crazy. It's just like it's truly believed to be it truly looks like it's a trap. But, and again, where I would have a rebuttal with Marquette is that this dominant Black leader that he says we need, and I don't disagree. When people like that come into the fold in this country, doesn't usually end well unless they're compromised. But y'all know me. Y'all know I'm going to bring it back. It's been a bunch of serious shit. Y'all know I'm going to bring it back, y'all.
Horse hair belong on the horse's ass. That's what hair belong. Don't belong on your head.
Preach.
I would enact legislation that you can't have braids if you work in a hospital. You're standing there trying to give the patient an IV and your hair is dropping in their mouth. They can't breathe, their eyes are open, they're chewing on your hair. I don't know what happened to them. You can't have braids and false hair, horse hair in the hospital. Horse hair don't belong in the hospital. Horse hair don't belong in the restaurants. Horse hair don't belong in the schools. Horse hair don't belong in the horse hair belong on the horse's ass. That's where it belongs. Don't belong on your.
All I'm gonna say is you heard him. Hey man, look. Oh boy. I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, but y'all know me. You know I'm gonna bring it back. You know I'm gonna bring it back. You know we ain't gonna end on no serious shit. You know I'm gonna bring it back. So I ain't done yet. Here we go.
Some people wish to be a superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Let's go. Well, I wish I know being in love. So feel me, pretty baby. I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Making love to the break of dawn, me and you to the baby's born, till my baby's born. Yo, sing, come on. Till my baby's born, 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 till my baby's born. Shut the fuck, shut the fuck. Say something. Say something else. Shut the fuck, shut the fuck. Hey, yo, we too late. Hey, we too late.
Oh boy. Anytime it get too serious, you know exactly who I can count on to bring it back. But anyway, it is past midnight. I told you guys I will probably be on for 4 hours tonight, and it's damn near 4.5. I need to take my ass to sleep because I'm getting up in a few hours to cook some food and get ready to take my kids to this parade tomorrow morning. Well, I guess it's past 12. So this morning. So it's your boy, Brandon Bravon Towns. I'm out this bitch. Peace. Thank y'all for thugging it out with me. See you guys on Sunday on the post game. Shizzo.